Hello, do you like New Japan Pro Wrestling? Are you a Shin Nihon freak? If so, check out the Super J-Cast with Joel and Damon on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network.
And even if you fucking hate New Japan Pro Wrestling, listen to the Super J-Cast anyway. Not just for our great show reviews, analysis, and pastrami sandwiches, but there's also usually some dick jokes somewhere in the obligatory opening 30 minutes of absolute nonsense we chat about every single week. That's the Super J-Cast for all the best talk about New Japan Pro Wrestling, crisps, and pornography.
Hey kids, do you like wrestling? Well, we like wrestling too. We are Shake Them Ropes here on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Myself and Chris Novembrino kind of doing a lazy river of wrestling criticism, going through the news and whatever happened in stateside television wrestling. And also, you know what? Sometimes we just like to watch old stuff and talk about that too. Love for you to give us a listen. If you haven't already, we are Shake Them Ropes here on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
What do you guys want to talk about?
You are listening to the Flagship Podcast with your hosts, Joe Lanza.
If this story was any good, maybe you people would understand it. You don't even understand the story. It goes over everybody's head. How great can it be? Maybe they need to talk more during these matches.
And Rich Crage.
This is my entire life's goal, is to be a WWE superstar, and now I am the NXT Women's Champion.
You can take that. If you want that, great. Good for you. I want MJF talking about getting roadhead. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I want out of my wrestling. Call me old-fashioned, Joe.
You are listening to the greatest wrestling podcast in the world, the Flagship Podcast. I am Joe. How you doing? I gotta tell you, I got a tremendous show lined up for you here this week. Later on in a few minutes, we're going to welcome Jesse Collings of the Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast, of WrestleNomics, of the NFL Intelligentsia. He is going to join the Flagship for what I believe is the first time. I can't recall Jesse ever being on the Flagship. And he will help me review Grand Slam. We'll also talk some bigger picture AEW topics during that segment. On the back end of the show, we will review the CMLL 90th anniversary show from Arena, Mexico, as CMLL continues their tremendous 2023. And listen, I'm going to make the case that CMLL might be the promotion of the year. I think there's a case that can be made for CMLL as 2023's promotion of the year. We will talk about that later on in the show. We will also take a look at the career of Brett Sawyer, sometimes known as Brett Wayne Sawyer, sometimes known as Brett Wayne, the brother of Buzz Sawyer, who did pass away on September 8th, earlier this month, last week. Rich and I didn't get to the life and career of Brett Sawyer, whose death hit the news last week, but we didn't do our usual obituary segment for Brett Sawyer. That will be corrected this week, as later on in the show, we take a look at the career of one of the most underrated workers, I think, of the early to mid-'80s territory era in Brett Sawyer, whose career didn't quite go the way a lot of people thought it might go when he got off to such a hot start in his early 20s. But we'll get to all that later in the show when we do the obituary and career retrospective of Brett Wayne Sawyer. But we've got to start here with the big WWE news. You know, as I was thinking about how I was going to format this week's show, there really wasn't an obvious lead topic. Some weeks there's just not an obvious lead topic, right? Some weeks the lead topic is easy. Terry Funk passes away. Well, you know what? The show has to open with Terry Funk. And we're probably going to do 2 hours of Terry Funk. There's if it's WrestleMania or something, obviously that's an obviously topic. If there's, some kind of other massive news story, this week there was a lot going on. The anniversary show is one of the biggest shows every year in pro wrestling. And, I decided to move Grand Slam from the Thursday Dynamite review to the Flagship proper because I felt like Grand Slam on paper was a huge show and that it ended up being a pretty great show. So I think making the call to move that review to the Flagship was the right call. And I think you guys will enjoy that review and that segment with Jesse Collings. Spoiler alert, pulling back the curtain. That was pre-recorded before I recorded this section of the Flagship. So just to prepare you for that, Jesse and I reviewed Grand Slam minutes after it ended on Wednesday night. I'm recording the rest of the Flagship during the usual time that we do the live Flagship on Thursday night. So there is some content in the Grand Slam review that might be a couple of days dated by the time some of you guys listen to this. Like when we talked about the Mox injury and what happened there with the Rey Fenix match, and we didn't really have all the information at hand. So just a little disclaimer there. The Grand Slam review was actually recorded on Wednesday night right after the show ended. The rest of this was recorded in the usual Thursday night slot. But then on Thursday morning and on Thursday afternoon, big news dropped, and it became obvious what I needed to lead this show off with, and I had to reformat the whole thing, bump a couple of topics, all of those sorts of things. And that was SmackDown is headed back to the USA Network. And I've got all the financials for you here, and we'll talk about all of the fallout, and we will get, obviously, to all of the WWE cuts, at least the ones that are publicly known as I am recording this show. When I get to the cuts, that might be another segment that's woefully out of date with old information by the time some of you listen to this, because those of you who listen to this show over the weekend or over the course of your week, during your commute, and things like that, listen, there might be more cuts Friday. In fact, there's tons of rumors that there will be more cuts coming on Friday. And there's certainly the possibility that more cuts will become publicly known by Friday or as the weekend moves along. Because WWE, they're not doing the old, we wish so-and-so the best in their future endeavors. They don't do that anymore. They haven't done that for some time. If the talent themselves don't announce that they've been released, or if reporters don't get a hold of the information, we don't know. So there could, for sure be more talents than the ones that are known as I record this that have also been released. I know that Nick Hausman over at House of Wrestling, he put out a report and he says, and I quote, House of Wrestling has been told that 18 cuts were made to the WWE NXT roster. Most of the NXT talent that was cut were performers that had yet to debut on TV. We are working to confirm that list of talent as well, and we'll bring it to you when we get it, end quote. So, on the most current list of publicly known releases, when I go through this list, I would say that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 talents that I would classify as NXT talent. I think Quincy Elliott was still in NXT. Quincy Elliott may have been called up at some point and then never used on TV. So I'm counting Quincy Elliott with that 7. So somewhere between, if there were 18 NXT cuts, that means we're missing anywhere between 10 or 11 names, depending on whether Quincy Elliott was main roster or not, because I'm not 100% certain. Point here is there's about 10 or 11 names that aren't publicly known yet, at least as I record this. And it's possible that those names will become public sometime on Friday or over the weekend or as time passes. But again, a lot of these people are people who were never on TV. So, who knows if they even have social media, and who knows if anybody will have ever heard of any of them. But the point here is there's still 10 or 11 people out there who were cut today, according to Nick Hausman anyway, who aren't even publicly known. And I've got a list here of, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I've got 22 names that I'm going to talk about today. So, they cut about 30 people. They cut over 30 people today. And this was something that Rich and I talked about a few weeks ago when the merger became official and TKO Holdings became the official umbrella parent, however you want to term it, company overseeing both WWE and UFC. We figured cuts were coming at some point. They cut Office the week before, if you recall. A lot of, as the Europeans like to say, redundancies in the office, and people were released. And now it has hit the talent. And there is some speculation by our own Rich Craich, who's bouncing around Norway. Is it Norway or Finland? Sweden? One of those fucking places up by the North Pole. I think he's in Norway. He is. When he told me, well, he didn't tell me because he knew I was going to rip him. But when I found out he was going to Norway, I thought he meant like a Norwegian cruise. The Norwegian cruise line? Because who the fuck was the Norway? But these people, I got to tell you, this nurse and this Rich Craich, it must be their gold for the most obscure fucking vacations humanly possible. It's crazy to me. I thought Iceland was pushing it. Norway? The fuck you doing in Norway? I know what the nurse is doing. She's out there with her pickaxe, climbing mountains and shit. That's what she's doing. What's Rich doing? I don't know. Staring at ice? I mean, what's in Norway? I don't even know. Maybe he could find a indie show like he did when he was in Alaska, and WrestlePro happened to be on one of their Alaskan tours. These people love the ice. These people. For a guy who's constantly talks about how, Rich Craich in the summer, the man is, never home on the weekend. If it's a weekend in the summer, and there is flagship business to be done, right? A podcast needs to be uploaded or something. You cannot find Rich Craich with a search party. The man is off the fucking grid. Phone off, out gallivanting, picking fucking apples, whatever the hell he does, right? And his reasoning is, look, we don't get a lot of good weather in Chicago. I take advantage of it. Now, in the winter, that man's in the house. But here's what doesn't make sense to me. When this man vacations, when this man holidays, as the Europeans like to put it, a lot of Europeans listen to this show. I see the demos. Shout out Europe. He always goes to these ice cold. He goes to Alaska, Norway, literally Iceland. It doesn't add up. This is a guy who allegedly loves the hot weather. Now, he did go to Death Valley. Let's be honest. That's as hot as it gets. Out there looking for the Undertaker or whatever the fuck. He's bouncing around Death Valley. Which, again, the extremes here. I mean, what's next? What's next? Is he going to go to the Sahara? Is he going to paddle up the Nile? Looking for the fucking bones of Cleopatra or some shit? Whatever happened to going to Acapulco? Or I don't know. The French Riviera. Where do people I don't even know where people vacation. Mount Airy Lodge. The Poconos. Myrtle Beach. Do people go to Myrtle Beach? I don't know. But he's not going to any of those places. No, sir. He's going to Iceland. Reykjavik. Clubbing seals with my good pal Warren Hayes, famous seal clubber. Anyway, what the hell was I even talking about? Oh, Rich was one of the many pro wrestling pundits who opined that these talent cuts may have been the result of the Smackdown deal that was announced today. 5-year deal as Smackdown moves back to NBC Universal, USA Network. $287 million per year, average value of the deal for 5 years. And it'll be that'll run through late 2024 through 2029. That's $1.435 billion in total value, to save you pulling out your little phone gimmick calculator there. But how this relates to the talent cuts is the previous SmackDown Fox deal, which ran through 2019 through September or October 2024, was an average annual value of $205 million a year, total value of $1.025 billion. So essentially, they got a 1.4 time increase versus the deal they got from Fox 4 years ago. So Fox is now, at least for now, out on WWE, out on pro wrestling. They didn't want to give WWE a 1.4 times raise for SmackDown. And it goes back to USA Network. SmackDown, has bounced all over the dial. SmackDown originally was on UPN with The Fist. Everybody remember The Fist? Then the CW for a couple of years. My Network TV. How many remember the SmackDown My Network TV run? Its longest run was on Sci-Fi. Then USA Network for a few years before the record-breaking Fox deal. And now in the fall of 2024, it'll be moving back to USA. The long-winded point here is the 1.4 time increase that they received was below what investors were expecting. Wall Street did not react kindly to the news that it was going to be a $1.435 billion 5-year deal and a return to USA. The stock, TKO stock, which after the merger sat at about $102, and I believe it opened the day at $96.16, but it was at a little bit over $100 at the close of business the day before. And then, there's after hours trading or whatnot. And then when this news broke, it just plummeted. At one point, the TKO stock hit a 52-week low of $84.86. It closed at $85.97, meaning it was down almost 15% on the day. There was a little bit of after-hours trading, rebounded a little, gained about a quarter. And as I record this, that stock is sitting at $86.22. So a near 15% drop because this television, and not just necessarily because this television deal came in a bit lower than investors were expecting, but does this set the stage for the eventual deal that they cut for Monday Night Raw? You have to think that it might. And maybe WWE has hit a point here where they're not going to be able to continue these enormous gains in their television deals, even if their programming performs at high levels. Maybe they're starting to hit their ceiling a little bit in terms of the deals they're able to get for their TV. And the investors today spoke. So as Rich and others opined and speculated, that could be why the budget cuts came. The second wave, the talent cuts. And it does make sense. You answer to investors now. And they got to make up that money somehow. And it comes from budget cuts, and that often comes from talent. Now look, there's no question that the WWE roster, in my opinion, is needlessly bloated. There's no doubt about that. they probably have way too many people at the Performance Center, more than they need. The idea is bring in these 200 people from, college athletes, people off the street, sprinkle in a few indie wrestlers. And if you make 5 stars out of that 200, they felt like, that's a win. I'm not even sure if the hit rate's that high, to be completely honest with you, depending on how you define a star. But, once the merger happens, it's nobody, we were entering the unknown. We don't know how the talent budget strategies were going to be handled by the new company. And, we talked about it a couple weeks ago, and we don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to cut from the top and get rid of some big salaries? Are they going to cut from the bottom and make massive sweeping cuts from the bottom and cut the fat, so to speak? And based on the cuts that we are aware of, they chose to cut from the bottom. As we talked about, a lot of NXT cuts, a lot of people who haven't even debuted on TV. But in the reality is, those type of cuts, what are you really saving? Those people aren't making any money. Not when you're on the same day that you're firing these people, you've signed a $1.5 billion television deal, which is a horrible look. Bad PR. But as Rich corrected me a couple weeks ago, they don't give a shit about PR. They're untouchable. Dana White works for them. Dana White and Vince McMahon work for them. They don't care about PR or how they come across publicly. So, cutting 30 plus people on the day you sign a $1.5 billion television deal, you're answering to investors first. But these 18 NXT cuts, these are people who low end are making maybe $40,000 or $50,000 a year. It's a drop in the bucket. It's a drop in the bucket. Now, there was some main roster cuts, but again, these are from there's the scraping from the bottom of the barrel, people who weren't on TV, people who weren't being used, people who don't have big contracts, with the exception of, Dolph Ziggler, who I'm sure was making well over 7 figures. Maybe Shelton Benjamin, based on, his veteran status, I'm sure he was making a nice chunk of money. But a lot of these other people that got cut today, these aren't your top salaries in the company. So it seems as though, at least early, strategically, the talent cuts are going to come from the bottom of the roster. People not on TV and very low-level NXT talent that hasn't ever been on TV, period. And that's what we got. And I think it is fair to speculate that these talent cuts may have come or at minimum come sooner than they normally would have because of the bad news investors got earlier in the day. And we'll get into the cuts. What I'm going to do is break down every single person, every single known cut that I am privy to as I record this, and I'm going to break down their WWE career and their future prospects in pro wrestling. And I'm going to do that for everybody who was cut. So we'll get to that in a minute, but I want to talk more about these television deals because, this does raise questions. What kind of deal is Raw going to get? Raw got a $265 million per year, 5-year deal in 2019, a total value of $1.325 billion. Now remember, Raw is a 3-hour show. Okay? SmackDown got $205 million per year, but that's a 2-hour show. And I think SmackDown still came out a little bit higher per hour than Raw did, but Raw had the larger total value deal. If you factor the same 1.4 time raise that SmackDown just got, that would put Raw's next deal at $371 million per year. Total value $1.855 billion. So, is this a case where USA, where NBC Universal didn't want to pay $1.855 billion for Raw and opted for the cheaper property? Maybe. Could NBC also be securing the rights for Raw as well? Now, to me, that wouldn't make a ton of sense. Why not just buy the company? The company was for sale. Why pay them billions and billions of dollars for rights fees to their television when you can pay them billions of dollars and just buy them outright? It's a much better investment. So I can't say that Raw won't land on USA, but I don't think it would make a ton of sense from that standpoint. There's reports out there that Disney is interested in Raw, Amazon. So could Raw stream? Could Raw move to streaming? Will Nick Khan cut a streaming deal for Raw? Maybe. He hasn't shot that down in the past. Now Disney, could that mean ESPN? Could that mean one of their basic cable networks? ESPN seems like a weird fit. You figure Raw would be preempted for lots of different sports over the course of the calendar. I don't know if backing up a big pile of money would make WWE okay with that, or whether that's no bueno. We don't know. We don't know whether Disney wants pro wrestling on ESPN, eating up 3 hours on Monday night, or whether it's a different night. They've got Monday Night Football. They can't put it on Monday night. So it would have to be a different night if Raw goes to ESPN. Could it go to one of their other basic cable properties? I guess so. That's probably more realistic. So now the big question is, where does Raw go? And that's kind of the ballpark figure of what kind of deal you could expect them to get, just based on the same raise that SmackDown got. And now we have to look at Fox. Do they want out of pro wrestling? Or what I floated out there, at least I know I was first. I don't know when it was. Could Fox make a play for AEW? I think it makes sense for everybody. They're not going to have to pay $1.5 billion for it. We know that. They can get Dynamite cheaper than $287 million a year. They're not going to get the same ratings that SmackDown was getting. I think they can get 70% of that number. So if you're paying less than 70% of the price for the rights, you're coming out ahead. Theoretically. I felt for, a year ago that I just felt like Fox was going to get out of business with WWE. I just felt that way. Anytime you saw comments from Fox execs, they weren't saying the kinds of things that you see execs say when they're happy with a relationship. I don't think they were disappointed with the relationship. I just don't think that they thought this relationship was worthy of giving them a raise and keeping them around, especially with all the money they just dumped into their new college football deals. Now, if they feel like they want to keep winning Friday nights with pro wrestling, and I'm sure they're aware of AEW, they've gone head-to-head with them a couple of times. They got beat head-to-head on that, that famous Friday where WWE came after AEW and the Bunny beat Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar. We all remember. Tony Khan remembers. I'm sure Fox remembers. Do you take the discount price, get into business with Tony Khan, and keep wrestling on Friday nights? Listen, I think it's a possibility. I don't think it's impossible. I'm saying there's a chance. And that would be enormous for AEW, obviously, to get on network television. Now, the discourse would be untenable, awful, because they wouldn't do SmackDown numbers. They do the biggest numbers that they've ever done, Dynamite, but they wouldn't do SmackDown's numbers. And that would lead to some awful, awful discourse, but we have to see where the rest of these pieces fall into place. We don't even know if AEW has been extended yet because everybody is so tight-lipped about it. We don't know if that 1-year extension was triggered. We don't know if there's been a longer-term extension. So the television deals are all beginning to fall into place. SmackDown is the first domino to fall. And I think what happened here is NBC looked at this and they figured that they could save roughly $500 million by opting for SmackDown over Raw. Just based on Raw getting the same raise that SmackDown got, it's $1.855 billion versus $1.435 billion. So you're talking about almost $500 million in savings of securing SmackDown versus Raw. So if I had to make a prediction now where the rest of these dominoes are going to fall, I would say that USA is going to be content with SmackDown, NBC Universal, USA. They're going to be happy with SmackDown. I think that Fox is going to be out on pro wrestling and out of the pro wrestling business. I think that Tony Khan is going to stick with Turner. He's been insanely loyal to Turner every step of the way, which he showed when he refused to shop ROH around when Turner wasn't interested. Warner Brothers Discovery is what I mean when I talk about Turner. So I see Tony Khan sticking with WBD, and I think Raw. I think there's a real good chance that Raw ends up on a streamer through one of Disney services or Amazon or something like that. I think there's a good chance of that happening. I think it's entirely possible that we have a Monday Night Raw that is no longer on whatever linear TV. So we see what happens there. Let's talk about these talent cuts, and I am going to go through everyone in excruciating detail. And I'll start with some of the more interesting names. Mustafa Ali. Mustafa Ali, I think, was the first name to break. And obviously he is insanely talented. He is someone who attempted to pitch probably dozens of ideas to improve his positioning on TV. They never really got behind him in a real way except for one brief period. A couple of brief periods, actually. One where he got injured and his Money in the Bank spot went to Kofi Kingston, and that kicked off Kofi Mania. People forget that was Mustafa Ali's spot. And the other time, which is kind of the same time, I don't even know if there's a distinction between these two periods, is when Bryan Danielson was part of the WWE creative team. And Danielson, and I think it may have been AJ Styles and a couple of others, were behind the idea of making sure Ali got pushed and became a player. And Danielson was working with him on TV. And I guess it was the injury that derailed that, so I might even be talking about the same time period here. But Bryan Danielson was a big fan and a big supporter of this guy when he was part of the creative team with WWE, which leads to my next point. I think Mustafa Ali is a lock, a stone cold lock to end up with AEW. And not only that, he's going to get a push. So to me, that makes him the most interesting name of the people that were released today, because I think he's got the biggest future out of anybody that was released today. Tony Khan told me himself, and I don't think I'm speaking out of school at all based on the comments that Tony Khan made at the last press scrum or whatever you want to call it after the last pay-per-view, that he considers Bryan Danielson as consigliere, which, Tony knows that we're both Sopranos marks, myself and Tony Khan, so he kind of speaks to me sometimes in Sopranos language, which, of course, if Bryan Danielson is his consigliere, that would make Bryan Danielson Silvio Dante. Or if you're a Godfather fan, Tom Hagen. Or if you've never seen The Sopranos or The Godfather, what the fuck are you doing? Correct that yesterday. But you get the idea. Bryan Danielson, at this point, is one of the two biggest power brokers on the creative side in AEW, not named Tony Khan. It's Bryan Danielson, and it's Jimmy Jacobs. Again, no surprise if you've heard Tony Khan speak about this at the press scrums after the pay-per-views. Jimmy Jacobs is essentially his right-hand man at this point. He's his traveling companion. And Bryan Danielson is his Silvio Dante. So if Danielson has been an enormous fan of Mustafa Ali in the past and an enormous supporter and booster, and that's someone that he believed in when he was on the creative team in WWE, it would stand to reason that he would still be a big booster of his. And obviously, Mustafa Ali fits in to AEW like a glove from, a working standpoint, and he could work the house style, So at that point, it's just a matter of whether Mustafa Ali wants to continue his wrestling career and whether he wants to continue it in AEW. And why the hell wouldn't he want it? Why wouldn't he want that? Why wouldn't he want that? This is a guy who was frustrated, hitting his head against I won't even call it the glass ceiling because he never got that high, but just hitting his head to the wall, unable to gain any traction with any sort of push. And look, now he has a big opportunity. He's got the right booster and the right biggest fan in the other company. So I think if they can get a deal put together, not only do I think it's likely that Mustafa Ali ends up in AEW, I would go as far as to say it's likely that he would receive a push in AEW. By far the most interesting name of the people released today. Dolph Ziggler. You know, the guy has been with WWE, for nearly 20 years? And Dolph Ziggler, make no mistake, is a tremendous pro wrestler. Or has been a tremendous pro wrestler at various points of his career. He's been involved in the WWE system in some form since 2004. Which leads me to the biggest drawback with Dolph Ziggler. Look, he's 43 years old, but he has always stayed in tremendous shape. He's telegenic. He looks great. And I have no reason to think that in this short time that we haven't seen him, the last time he was on TV was in May, that he has just completely let himself go and has lost all of those attributes. So let's just assume that he's still in top peak physical condition as he's always has been, even at the age of 43. Dolph Ziggler's biggest drawback is that he's badly overexposed. Because he's been on WWE TV for some of you listening your entire lives. You know, and that's one of the drawbacks of having only one real American company to work in during the prime of Nick Nemeth's career. There was one place to go to make real money. With the exception of, certain periods of TNA where the top guys made real good money. There was only one place in America where you realistically to make real money. And that's where he's been for the last 20 years. And as a result, he is badly overexposed. That's the drawback on Nick Nemeth. Obviously, his brother works for AEW. And if you're going to employ the lesser Nemeth, why wouldn't you be interested in employing the better Nemeth? Look, I think there's a more than decent chance he ends up in AEW. And I know a lot of people probably don't want that. And I understand that. There's probably a lot of people who are just totally burnt out on Dolph Ziggler and have no use for Nick Nemeth in AEW. As an AEW fan. I get it. I totally get it. But do I think he has something to offer if they do bring him in? Yeah, because he's really good. He's a bump machine. He clearly patterns himself and always has patterns himself as Kurt Hennig in terms of taking the big wild bumps and making his opponent look good. He can work as a cocky heel. He can work, I think that's his best role, but he could also work as a babyface. He can do it all. He's just 43 years old and very, very badly overexposed, and he's not going to come cheap. This is a guy who undoubtedly was making over seven figures for a long time. He's got plenty of money. So that's the other thing. If you are interested in Nick Nemeth and bringing him in, and you want to kick the tires on him, I get that, but I would also want to know his motivation levels. By all accounts, he's a guy who loves pro wrestling. So maybe there is a creative itch he wants to scratch before he runs out of time at 43 years old. Maybe he is here to show the world. Apologies. That he can go out there and in AEW and work the house style and get a bunch of Meltzer stars thrown at him. Maybe he's motivated by that. I don't know. I would kick the tires on him and see where his motivation levels are. Maybe he has this fire in his belly And he wants to prove himself outside the WWE system and stretch his legs a little bit creatively and artistically. And honestly, I think if that's the case, you might be able to get more out of him than people think. I know people are rolling their eyes right now. I get it. I'm just trying to look at the bright side here. If he's motivated, I think he's worth a shot. It's going to be a big price tag, though, and you're going to have to justify that cost, and that means a push. You know, that doesn't mean you're not going to bring a guy like him in at the price tag it's going to take and have him put people over on ROH on your little streaming service that has 8,000 subscribers. That's not going to fly. This is a guy that's going to be on Dynamite. So, you know, you got to be ready for that. You got to be ready to push him to justify the cost. But out of these names released, I got to be honest. I think he's the second most likely to pop up on Dynamite behind Ali. I don't see Dolph Ziggler as an Impact guy. Maybe if he's just super determined to keep wrestling and AEW for whatever reason doesn't have any interest. But, otherwise I don't know. I just don't see it. I think it's AEW for him. Shelton Benjamin, and I have to be honest, I didn't realize he was still employed. I did not realize Shelton Benjamin still worked for World Wrestling Entertainment. Pull up the old cage match, and I discovered that he hasn't been on Raw since the summer with, Hurt Business redo number 75 or whatever it was, teaming with Cedric Alexander, who, I don't know, maybe had his phone turned off today. Worked a little main event. Has done a couple house shows. I forgot Shelton Benjamin was employed by this company. He's 48 years old. Another guy who has always stayed in tremendous shape. He looks the same as he did when he was 28. Doesn't come across as the most motivated guy at times. I'm going to blow your fucking mind. Okay? I'm going to blow your mind. Do you know this latest Shelton Benjamin WWE run has been nearly 7 years? He's been back for nearly 7 years. He returned to the company in 2017, 2017. This is what I mean. Look, you don't want people to lose jobs. It's ghoulish to release all of this talent and fire all of these people on the day you sign a $1.5 billion television deal. So do not misunderstand me here. Okay? But I also have a job to do. And these are also pro athletes / professional entertainers. And they know the drill. They know the drill. This isn't the same as the office workers who got laid off last week. This isn't the same as Jim down at the mill who gets unceremoniously fired after 23 years, and he's got 3 kids, 2 of whom are in college, and his wife's a homemaker, and now they're fucked. It's a little different. These are professional entertainers. These are professional athletes, and they know the drill. They know the drill. So I also have a job here to do. And I do have to break it down from that standpoint as well. And from that standpoint, the fact that Shelton Benjamin, nothing against Shelton Benjamin, has been employed on his latest run with this company for 7 years. And they've gotten essentially nothing out of him. Maybe through no fault of Shelton Benjamin. You have to have the opportunity. They never bothered pushing him. They did the Hurt Business thing for a couple months here, a couple months there, and then they would pump the brakes on it again, rinse, repeat. 7 years. Look, they had way too many people under contract. They still do. They still do. When you have people like this who've been on the roster for 7 years and you can't figure out something to do with them, maybe your roster's too bloated. I couldn't believe that when I looked that up earlier today. I'm like, what'd he come back 2 or 3 years ago? Oh, 2017. Crazy. I don't know where Shelton Benjamin goes from here. Does he do his usual thing and skedaddle back to New Japan? Is Gato still interested? It's been a while. What, 2015, 16, when Suzuki-gun got sent off to Noah, and he was good on that Noah run. Right? But then that was kind of it for him in Japan. He didn't return to New Japan with Suzuki-gun. And then the next year he was back with WWE. And he's 48 years old, so I don't know. And there is no more Suzuki-gun in New Japan. So, I don't know how to plot out Shelton Benjamin's future. He's another guy who's made a lot of money. He's made a lot of money since 2017 doing almost nothing. And good for him. Great work if you can get it. And he got it. Riddick Moss. Next on our list. The old Madcap Moss. What a dead-end gimmick that was. Out there in his little suspenders, in his shitty little boots, telling horrible one-liners to Baron Corbin. And I guess that was supposed to be the heat. But my God, was that a dead-end gimmick. That was a dead-end, go-nowhere gimmick. And, they tried to break him free from that. And believe it or not, it wasn't that long ago. And I swear to God, you can go back and listen to the tape. Even on this show, we were opining that he might be one of the young wrestlers that WWE would be grooming for a future spot. That really happened in many places, including this show. Some of that was the dearth of young talent that WWE had put together. Keep in mind, this man was already on the wrong side of 30 when we were saying this, but 30 is very young for modern WWE. But he certainly has a great look. He dropped the Madcap Moss gimmick. They dropped that, thankfully. He was back to working as Riddick Moss, mostly on Main Event. And at 34 years old, I guess they just decided, if we're going to make some cuts, here's a guy we're not using anymore. And he unfortunately was one of the people that had to go. I don't know what to think. It seemed like he took it okay on Twitter. He's making a lot of jokes. Look, he has a great look. He's someone where if I'm Tony Khan, I ask the people close to me who may have worked with him or know what his deal is and see what he's all about. I don't know if he can, be at the working standard of AEW or at least work the house style. That I don't know. But this is another guy where I'm going to blow your mind. He's been in the WWE system for 10 years. 10 years, Riddick Moss. So at that point, 10 years, I can see where they're coming from, letting a guy go like this, even with a great look. If he wants to keep wrestling, I'm sure he can find work. This is the kind of guy, to me, that has Impact Wrestling written all over him. That's my official prediction. Riddick Moss, you're headed to the Impact Zone. Rick Boogs, whose claim to fame will be playing the guitar for Shinsuke Nakamura's entrance, while Pat McAfee dances on the SmackDown announce table. He got injured, he came back, and he looked like Ted Arcidi. I mean, this man just blew up physically. Unrecognizable. If this were 1985, Vince's erection would be at full attention, and this man would receive a big push. He'd work the loop with Hogan. But it's not 1985, and he's Rick Boogs, and there's just not much there. I could easily see Rick Boogs simply fading into the oblivion, never to be heard from again, Or, again, possibly popping up in Impact, doing his guitar gimmick under a different name. That's plausible as well. I don't see him as a potential AEW guy, unless there's a connection I'm missing. Never really impressed me bell to bell. So we wait and see on Rick Boogs. Emma is next. Wasn't she an Infinity Gauntlet return? I believe she was. And by the end of all of this, we might be counting up a lot of the Infinity Gauntlet returns. So she comes back last year. Isn't on TV very long before they basically stop using her. They bring her back sporadically. She did the main event thing. Last wrestled on Raw earlier this summer, losing to Shayna Baszler, which set up Shayna Baszler for, I think, the Rousey match. Look, Emma, to me, there's just nothing there. She got over doing a goofy dance in NXT a decade ago. Got released the first time, was in and out of Impact for the next 5 years or so. Infamously was part of, what was the name of that ROH? Lifeblood. Of course, Lifeblood. Juice Robinson, David Finlay, Mark Haskins, Hot Sauce, Tracy Williams, the Silver Ant, Bandito, part of Lifeblood, of course. The weirdest collection of people in the weirdest stable ever to hit ROH. This side of scum. Lifeblood, featuring Tennille Dashwood. I still think back when Chikara was a thing, and Dalton Castle was working Chikara as Ashley Remington, smooth sailing. I think it was Ashley Remington, and his gimmick was he was a guy who owned a yacht, and he wore the little yacht hat and smoked a little pipe. I still think Chikara should have paired him up with Tennille Dashwood as Captain and Tennille. No, nothing. You know who popped for that? Andrew Rich, and he might have been the only one. Would I be interested in Emma in 2023? I would not. And I know I'm going to sound cruel for the rest of this segment, but I'm not going to be interested in many of these people remaining on this list in 2023. I could totally see why Emma would be someone that they would cut loose once again. What are you getting out of Emma? She simply isn't very good. Speaking of people who aren't very good, Aaliyah is next on our list. Listen, she stinks. She was never good. I never saw what anybody saw in Aaliyah. She was bad from day one and never got any better. She stinks. So, suffice to say, I don't see her having any future in pro wrestling. I don't see why you would take a look at her body of work and ever think to give her a chance or a shot. Again, she has been with WWE since 2015. Now, she hasn't worked a single match since she lost the Raw Women's Tag Team titles to Dakota Kai and Io Sky last September. And I doubt many of you can name who her partner was for that renowned Raw Women's Tag Team title championship team. It was Raquel Rodriguez, if you're wondering. Look, I think Aaliyah, I was never a fan of hers. Whenever I've talked about her, which wasn't often, because how often were we talking about Aaliyah on this show? Let's be honest. But, whenever she would end up on TV or she'd pop up on a pay-per-view or something, or, back when she was with NXT. She never impressed me at all. In fact, I thought she was terrible. And I didn't think she had the instincts, the athletic ability. I just didn't think she was cut out for pro wrestling. And I never thought she was going to make it as a star in the company. Now, look, there's a lot of people who eventually make it to the main roster who I don't think are, and she did make it to the main roster, but there was limited upside here. And, I know that she was somebody who came through the indies. I don't know how many people know that, but I believe she's from Canada. I'm pulling up her profile now. And she came up through the Canadian indies. Yeah, she's Canadian. So she's not someone who was like one of these street free agents that WWE brings in who don't understand wrestling, don't know wrestling, don't care about wrestling, don't respect wrestling. So, in theory, she loves wrestling and maybe she'll want to continue with this. If I were Tony Khan, would I be interested in Aaliyah? No, of course not. Tony Khan has plenty of people on his roster already that are very similar to Aaliyah that he can work on developing. Look at all the time and effort he's put into Sky Blue, who's probably about 5 years younger than Aaliyah and is better than Aaliyah. And I don't even think Sky Blue's that good, but I think she's better than Aaliyah. I think Aaliyah just stinks. And I just, I think there's just nothing there. And since she is somebody who came up through the indies and presumably would want to keep wrestling and is from Canada, you know where I'm going with this. I wouldn't be stunned if she ends up with Impact. Wouldn't be stunned at all. So, AEW, I think it's a no. A return to the indies, probably not. Impact, I do. I think it's possible. Next up is Elias. Now, he had himself an entertaining little gimmick for a while. He got over with me for a brief period, doing the Elias stuff for a little while at least, and then I got tired of it. Once again, he's been with the company for over a decade at this point, and he did get reasonably over with his Walk with Elias gimmick at some point, but that's going back a few years now. That wasn't exactly last week, and they haven't had much use for him since. He hasn't worked television since a Battle Royal in May, so he was just a Battle Royal body back in May, and he hasn't been a television regular since, not at all in 2023. He's just been on and off TV. 2022, I guess, was the last time, you have to go back to maybe the spring or summer of 2022 where he was truly a regular on television, involved in programs and things like that. So he's another guy who's just been there forever, and he's in his mid-30s now, and he had his little run. And I could absolutely see Elias, like Boogs with the electric guitar, popping up in Impact with his acoustic guitar and continuing that act under a different name. I could totally see that. So we wait and see on Elias. Dana Brooke. The championship era is over. No more Dana Brooke. Again, this may shock some of you. Been in that company since 2014. And, we talked about Dana Brooke a couple of months ago, I think, on this show. When are we, and our point was, when are we throwing the towel on Dana Brooke? It's been a decade. She still isn't very good. So what are we doing here? What's the point? We're going to send Dana Brooke back to NXT and hit the reset button. Didn't make any sense. They agreed, and she's been released. Do I think AEW should kick the tires on Dana Brooke? No, I do not. Absolutely not. The last thing AEW needs is Dana Brooke, another below average wrestler for their women's division where it's hard enough to produce good matches and for people to get over. We don't need Dana Brooke stinking it up too in AEW. I wouldn't be interested in Dana Brooke. Impact? Sure. Man, I'm adding a lot of people to Impact. But I just think, depending on these people's motivation levels, that's where a lot of these people could land. Do I see Dana Brooke hitting the indie circuit? Running the blade with the alley cat on Game Changer shows? No, I do not. Absolutely not. Do I see Dana Brooke going down an extra level to MLW or the NWA? No, I do not. I don't see a lot of these people going down another level from Impact to places like Billy Corgan's NWA or MLW or someplace like that. I don't see that either because there's really not enough money in places like that. And these are WWE lifers. You know, a lot of the veteran wrestlers that the NWA has used over the years and a lot of the veteran wrestlers they use now are people who Billy Corgan had relationships with from Impact Wrestling or from his old promotion that he had in Chicago, you know, Resistance Pro, where he had pre-existing relationships with some of the people you see in the NWA now, like Jay Bradley or Marche Rocket. And when Billy Corgan was in and out of, you know, TNA, which is why you saw all of these people like, you know, Eli Drake and James Storm and Ken Anderson and Nick Aldis and, you know, making their way through the NWA at various points in time because Corgan had previous relationships, business relationships with those guys from his days in Impact. And, you know, a lot of these releases, the pattern has been, these are WWE system lifers over the last decade who the company is just finally throwing in the towel on. And they don't have these previous business relationships with any of these promoters. So, you know, no, I don't see Rick Boogs or Dana Brooke giving Billy Corgan a call. And I feel like if he gives them a call, he's not going to have the kind of money that's going to be, you know, worth it for them after, you know, being on the WWE main roster and making that kind of money, even at the prelim level that they were at. So without that pre-existing relationship, I just don't see a place like that as a, you know, and I could be wrong and some of these people could end up with the NWA. I don't know. But I just feel like Impact, you know, even from the point of view of all those years, Impact was considered the number 2. So there's a little more status to ending up with an Impact too. It's a more professional operation these days with more stable ownership than an MLW or an NWA, you know, with Anthem. So, you know, I just think a lot of these WWE lifers, it's going to depend on what Scott D'Amore thinks of them and whether or not they want to continue with pro wrestling. Because I don't think any of these people are good enough for AEW or provide any value to AEW in any way. And I don't think it's a good fit for either side for them to skip a level and go down to your MLWs and NWAs of the world. And none of these people are suited for Japan. I mean, stop. And Mexico's a completely different thing. And they, you know, that's just, there's no point even talking about that. So, somebody like Dana Brooke, I think it's Impact or her wrestling career is over. Mace and Mansoor. You know, these two are interesting because they are wrestling nerds. Mansoor is actually pretty good too. You know, and what's funny about Mansoor is he revealed, I think he was doing a stream. Him and Mace were doing a stream. They're big streamers. Big gamers or something. I don't know. And he talked about how it was part of the deal with Saudi Arabia that he could not lose and do jobs. And from October 2019, when he beat Cesaro on the Crown Jewel show, through the summer of 2021, when he got to Raw, he didn't lose a single match on TV. Did anybody know about this? This Mansoor cannot job doctrine that the Saudis mandated to WWE? Because this man did not lose for over a year on television. Then he got to Raw, and then he started losing some matches. But in the early stages of the Saudi relationship, Mansoor, from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, dictated that this man cannot lose, and he did not. He did not lose on TV. Mace Briefly was a Raw commentator as Dio Madden. They shot that angle with Brock Lesnar, and I thought that was going to go somewhere, but it never did. Brennan Williams, former football player. And, they did the where he became Mace, and what was that awful gimmick, which was fashioned after the Antifa? The hell was that called? Retribution? Wasn't called Retribution. What the fuck was it called? Maybe it was Retribution. Anyway, that gimmick didn't do anybody any favors. That was a massive flop. But I got to tell you, I would take a long look at Brennan Williams and Mansoor if I were AEW. I would take a long look at those two guys. They've got social media followings. They do these streams. And, Brennan Williams is obviously a world-class professional level athlete who we never really... I don't know whether he can work or not. I don't know. We never really saw enough of him in, a focused scenario. Mansoor, I know can work. I know that guy can work. I know he can wrestle. I know he would fit in with AEW from that standpoint. So these are two guys who undoubtedly will continue their wrestling careers. These guys are they're wrestling nerds, just like me and you. They love wrestling. They're wrestling fans. And they're still young. They're still relatively young. And I think they have something to offer. And I think they're motivated. And they're going to be motivated. And I could see them continuing their careers. These are two guys who I don't think you'll see. Some of the other people I've talked about, they might end up in Impact. They might disappear. And then in 3 years, you'll be like, oh, hey, remember Rick Boogs? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that guy. He was erased from my brain. No, I think these two guys are going to continue on. Quincy Elliott. This guy sucked. I saw nothing in Quincy Elliott. Now, Quincy Elliott, I thought, had a terrible look. Big, sloppy guy. Wasn't good in the ring. Horrible gimmick. I'd be stunned if Quincy Elliott's career continues at anywhere close to a major league level after this. Plus, controversy. Made some disparaging comments, I think, about trans people or something. So that's hanging over. Quincy Elliott, I see no future in Quincy Elliott whatsoever. Shanky. Oh, poor Aaron Quinn. No one is a bigger Shanky fan than our friend Aaron Quinn. Felt bad for Aaron today as she lost her Shanky. Shanky was really tall. Shanky was 7 foot tall. Shanky was Indian. And WWE is on this never-ending quest to break through in India. It's never going to happen. They want to take advantage of the billions of people over there. Impact has tried it. I've talked to listeners from India, and they're just like, look, the economy's different here. And even Indian fans themselves who I've talked to have said it's not going to happen. These expansion plans these companies have for India, forget it. But WWE invested in a lot of these Indian wrestlers, and Shanky had a career over there. And he's 7 foot tall. Now, but that's all there is to this guy. I mean, he doesn't have a particularly good look outside of the height. Wasn't impressive in the ring. And they knew there wasn't much there, and he basically was doing comedy stuff for whatever limited runs that he had until the end. And Shanky is no more. I would be pretty surprised if we saw much more of Shanky. He can probably go back to India and wrestle on some of those Indian circuits. Especially with now that he has the WWE pedigree. So he could probably do well over there, whatever that means. I don't know how healthy the Indian wrestling scene is these days in terms of making real money or anything like that. But, if this were another era, I could see some of the Japanese groups bringing him in as sort of a freak show giant. Like your people like Giant Silva and Giant Singh, who went on to become the original WWE Indian Giants. Why is his name escaping me? Great Khali. Those guys, but it's a different situation in Japan. They're not doing those sorts of gimmicks anymore. So I don't see a Japanese path for Shanky. And at the end of the day, I think I'm spending way too much time analyzing and breaking down Shanky. I think there's a good chance at the, much to the chagrin of Aaron Quinn, that this is the last time that Shanky will ever be spoken about on this podcast. I do not see a scenario where we will ever have to discuss Shanky ever again, unfortunately. Godspeed, Shanky. Next up is Babatunde, or I guess as he's been working these days, Daba Kato. And once again, believe it or not, the former Commander Aziz, which was probably his biggest push in the company, has been around since 2016. WWE system guy all the way. Another giant, 6'9", 6'10", pushing that 400-pound mark. Doing the Commander Aziz gimmick with Apollo Crews. That was probably, will go down as his biggest claim to fame in pro wrestling. He worked as Babatunde. He did that Shane McMahon, whatever they called it, fight pit gimmick without the ropes where they tried to get him over. They sent him to Gabe Sapolsky with Evolve, in 2019, and they gave him a chance to develop there. Remember when they sent like the Street Profits and people like that to work the Evolve shows, and Babatunde was one of those guys who they sent to Gabe to try to develop in 2019. So he worked a bunch of Evolve shows. But again, this was a guy who they tried in a bunch of different gimmicks, a bunch of different stop-start pushes, and he just didn't have it. In another era, a guy that big, it would be preposterous that, well, look, it would be a massive upset, I should say, if a guy with that size in, say, the 80s or the early 90s couldn't make it. There were guys, big dudes who didn't make it, but they were fewer and further between. These days, I don't know, there's a higher working standard and fans are more discerning and they're not super impressed when you're 6'9" as much as they were in other eras. And, this guy just never had it and it was time to cut bait. And this is another guy where I think we've probably seen the last of him. Which brings us to Top Dollar. Who hotter than Top Dollar? Man, feels like we've been here before, because we have been. Second time around for Top Dollar, which interestingly enough, who's not on this cut list? B-Fab and Ashanti the Adonis, absent from this cut list. Top Dollar joining Emma amongst the Infinity Gauntlet recuts as we rebuild the glove with the second time arounders. Look, we knew that this guy was going nowhere the first time around when Swerve Strickland removed himself from the group and ended up with AEW. Hit Row at that point was dead, and we all knew that. The only people who didn't know that were Hit Row. B-Fab, I'm glad they're keeping her around because this company was very unfair to B-Fab because she was brought up to NXT and especially the main roster way before she was ready. And that was unfair. That was unfair. I could sit here and tell you how unimpressive she has always been in the ring, but what's the point? She's a greener than grass, literal rookie who had no business being on television as quickly as they put her on television. And they really did B-Fab a disservice. And then they let her go. Triple H brings the three of them back. Tried to bring back Strickland, but he had already been with AEW. And, wasn't able to get him back as part of the act. And at that point, we all knew that the act, once again, without the only person who was a semblance of a star, had no chance on earth of succeeding. And it didn't. The second run was even worse than the first. In a current WWE environment where it's never easier to get over with their fan base, Hit Row and in particular Top Dollar became a laughingstock. Even their own fans have had enough of Top Dollar and the Hit Row act. Now, Ashanti the Adonis, I think, is a very good hand to have on a roster. He doesn't have much charisma. He'll never be a star. But I always liked his work on, the 205 Lives and the C&D shows before Hit Row was a thing. He was a guy who I enjoyed watching work on those types of shows. BFAB, as I said, they did her a massive disservice and put her in positions and put her on television before she was ready in positions that she had no chance to succeed in. Top Dollar, the fact is this guy just isn't very good. And he doesn't have a good look. He's tall. He thinks he's a great promo. The infamous tweet where, they won't cut us because I can promo. There's no evidence of that. I don't know if there's ever been a more delusional pro wrestler with as much undeserved and unearned confidence in their abilities and accomplishments than Top Dollar. I don't know if there's, and to think of the ground that covers. Pro wrestlers are often way more confident than they should be. Like, you have to be in this business. But I don't know if there's ever been a more delusional pro wrestler that I have encountered that had as much undeserved confidence in his abilities and accomplishments as this guy. And you could totally see why he had a reputation for rubbing people the wrong way behind the scenes. Which is something he hates hearing, and he's gotten to about it, because he talks about it all the time, how it's not true. But anyone who talks to people in wrestling knows that it is true. The guy was a heat magnet. That's just what people tell us. And we're not the only, obviously other outlets have reported similar. Just rubs people the wrong way. And you could see, with his Twitter persona, the way he conducts himself on Twitter, how that's the case. He's the kind of guy who is perpetually gotten to, but insists that he's not gotten to. That's the kind of guy he is. That's how he comes across on Twitter. No, I'm actually laughing. That sums it up. When it comes to Top Dollar, who, unfortunately for him, because his major league career is over, he's not going to AEW. I'd be stunned. Impact, he claims that he talked to Impact after his last release. So, all right, maybe Impact sees something in Top Dollar, but WWE's not going to bring him back, and I don't see a path for him in AEW. And quite frankly, the guy just isn't very good. So, if that's the case, he's a guy whose lasting image in pro wrestling is going to be attempting to do a dive, getting 5 inches off the ground, catching himself on the top rope and falling on his head. That's going to be Top Dollar's lasting legacy in the pro wrestling business. Tripping over the top rope and falling on his head. Because what else did this guy ever do in pro wrestling? Think about it. What else do you remember about Top Dollar other than that 3-inch vertical leap and falling directly on his head? And then Michael Cole and the company pointing it out and mocking him for it into perpetuity. That's what he's forever going to be remembered for falling on his head. I thought this was a hilarious Twitter exchange. One day before he was released on September 20th, Top Dollar tweeted, "I have been labeled difficult to work with by wrestling media and dirt sheets for standing up for BFAB, and it's only accepted as truth because I'm a black man. Nobody who has ever worked with me feels this way, but people who have never even met me propagate this myth." That's not the funny thing. He's defending himself on Twitter from his reputation. Okay, that's fair. What's funny is he was quote tweeted by Steve Carrier of Ringside News, who says, and I quote, "We confirmed back in June that there is no heat on Top Dollar or even Hit Row for that matter, despite what other, quote, journalists, end quote, were reporting." Then there's a link to a story that I would never click in 1,000,000 years. In fact, in all the times we asked about Hit Row, never once was it indicated to us that he was, quote, difficult to work with, end quote. Now, it's Steve Carrier of Ringside News, the least reputable site on the entire internet. So, you guys all know that. What does Top Dollar do? He actually responds to that. Quote, "And that report got about 5% of the coverage as the other, quote, report, end quote, saying I was a piece of shit." Steve Carrier responds, "We wish the story we covered got more traction, but I guess it doesn't fit some other journalist website's narratives, unfortunately." And then Top Dollar responded with a GIF from Saturday Night Live of somebody saying, "Bingo." Let me just say this. If you ever get to a position or a circumstance in your life where Steve Carrier is the one brave voice that is speaking the truth about you, pack it in. That's not a position you want to be in. When Ringside News is the ringleader of your defense squad, it's time to pack it in. When you're co-signing Steve Carrier tweets, you've gone past the point of desperation. Now, I'll give Mr. Dollar the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he's not aware of Steve Carrier and Ringside News' reputation. So I have to think that's the case. I have to think that's the case. But at any rate, Top Dollar is no more. He will forever be known as falling on his head because he really didn't do much of anything else or make a mark in any other way in pro wrestling. And unfortunately, at least when it comes to his pro wrestling career, much like that fateful night on SmackDown, I don't think he's going to land on his feet. As far as the rest of the names remaining on the list, I've enlisted the help of a special guest to help us sort them all out.
Jenny, all the stars are here.
It's true.
Beardy Man, Claude Racine, Dax Flame, Betty Fine,
You got it.
and Raffi Fine. All the stars.
You really keep up with all that.
Are here tonight. Oh, yes.
Thank you to comedy legend Norm Macdonald for helping us sort out the rest of these cuts. All the stars: Yulia Leon, Bryson Montana, Kevin Ventura Cortez, Daniel MacArthur, Alexis Gray, and Brooklyn Barlow. All the stars. I have to tell you, I don't know anything about any of these people. I can't even verify if they're all real. I think I saw Bryson Montana wrestle once or twice on Level Up. He has a great look. It was hard to really ascertain anything about his work, working, 6-minute matches on Level Up, super simple matches or whatnot. But he was someone who looked the part. These other people couldn't tell you the first thing about any one of them. And those are the cuts. We'll be back with Jesse Collings and a review of Dynamite Grand Slam. All right, so I am here with Jesse Collings as promised, and we are going to take a look at this Dynamite Grand Slam show from Arthur Ashe Stadium in Queens, New York. First, attendance. I think they squeaked over 10,000 in the building. I don't know the turnstile count, but I think they were over 10,000 tickets distributed, I should say, by the time the show went off, because the last count I saw was 99 something, so I'm sure they got it to 10. And I know a lot of people are happy about that. That was a big comeback because as of, I think, less than a week ago, they were still at like 6,800 or something like that. So they did push a lot of tickets in the last few days. But I have to tell you, I am not throwing a party or popping champagne for putting 10,000 people in this building. 2 years ago, this show did 20,177 fans. Last year, this show did 13,800 fans. That number 2 years ago, I think, to the best of my recollection, was the biggest attendance in company history at the time. And last year, they did 13,800. And I remember the narrative being, oh my God, this show bombed this year. When the reality is 13,800 is a solid number for really any AEW show. So I think those were overreactions last year. And the reality is 10,000 isn't a bad number for this show. But at the same time, I don't think it's a great number either. They're down 50% with this thing from 2 years ago. What do you think of the attendance?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the debut show. I mean, that's the second biggest show in company history, only behind the Wembley Stadium show up until very recently.
Is that true? That was
So when else have they never run a building, that big besides when they run Arthur Ashe until they ran Wembley.
I guess you're right.
Even the United Center, like the big United Center shows, like the Rampage with Punk and the Forbidden Door shows and those shows, those are like 13 or 14,000 fans max. So obviously that was the biggest, that's by far the second biggest show in company history in terms of attendance. It's hard to take because they got over 10,000 fans. We know that they did a lot of, BOGO offers, buy one, get one offers. We know that there was free tickets being comped out. You mentioned, I think last week, the seat filler being contacted for the show. So, I mean, how much of the late ticket surge is them selling tickets and how much of it is them essentially giving them away? I'd really be interested in seeing what the gate number is for this, because in terms of we're talking about how profitable is this for AEW, if they had a sizable gate, which I assume they did because I know the tickets were very expensive for this year's show, especially compared to the show 2 years ago. You can kind of, I guess, financially justify it. Personally, as a wrestling fan, I would rather have, as a viewer at home, I'd rather have a much larger crowd paying less per head than a smaller crowd that paid for more expensive tickets. I don't like pricing people out just from a visual perspective, but I don't run a wrestling company, so I can't say that. But I mean, I would say, I mean, look, you do 10,000 fans, that's a really good number. I know they did 20,000 a few years ago, but it wasn't until WWE got hot in the past year in terms of ticket sales. The number of American wrestling events that attracted more than 10,000 fans was pretty minimal. I know Dave would keep track of the numbers, and I think right before the pandemic, 2018, 2019, the number of events per year that drew 10,000 or more fans was under 15. So the game has changed. WWE does 10,000 fans every week, sometimes twice every week, between Raw and SmackDown. And AEW has hit that number on several occasions, and obviously they did 20,000 2 years ago, and a little under 14 the year before that. But I guess looking at this in context, 10,000 would be considered a huge, huge, huge success only a few years ago. And that's, but that's the reality of business, is that the standard moves and the expectation moves. And one of the biggest challenges in not just in wrestling, but in any business, is you got to hit that standard next year, or you got to beat that standard the following year. That's the goal of the operation. And obviously AEW has some issues that are preventing them from doing 20,000 fans again.
Yeah, look, it's like I said, I'm not going to knock them for putting 10,000 in the building, but at the same time, I'm not popping the champagne. I can't celebrate this number. I don't think this number is a big success for them, especially since we know it's heavily papered. They've been papering this show, for at least 10 days now. Pretty high. I know people who live in that area who have tickets that were papered. So, and like you said, they started doing the buy one get ones towards as we creep towards the day of the show and everything. But again, look, I'm neutral on this number. I don't think it's a success by any means. I think they're going to top this number if they keep doing this show every year. And I think this is going to be one of their yearly traditions. And if business stays strong enough to continue doing this show, unless business completely craters and they have to stop running buildings like this, they're going to do this show every year. And I think there's a good chance that historically we'll look back at the 2023 Grand Slam as a business bomb, because I think it's going to be one of the lowest attended Grand Slams they ever do.
Yeah, kind of like how we look back at some Tokyo Dome shows over the years, right?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, and that's for a good point of comparison. The Grand Slam show 2 years ago did over 20,000 fans. This year's Tokyo Dome did 26,000 fans. It's like a few thousand shy of a Wrestle Kingdom,
or widely viewed as successful Wrestle Kingdom.
Right. Bouncing back. Right. Exactly. Like, coming back from a pandemic. And I think they're going to do a bigger number this year as Japan moves further and further away from pandemic hesitancy and things, because they're a little bit behind the United States in terms of their population still being, a little scared of the virus and everything. So that'll be a big win in Sonata's cap when he tops the 26,000 this year for Wrestle Kingdom. But yeah, so anyway,
I would say they avoided having like a very embarrassing crowd, which I would say
without question
would be the primary concern like 2 weeks ago when some of the data was coming out as how many tickets were sold.
Exactly. They had to avoid having an embarrassing looking crowd on TV, and they did what they had to do to avoid that. Now, if you notice, we didn't get those big, wide overhead shots of the stadium because there were large swaths of the upper deck that either had nobody in them or were tarped off or whatever the case. Whereas 2 years ago, they couldn't show you that view enough that, this place was completely packed all the way to the rafters with fans. So, there were, with the creative camera work and the fact that they did manage to get 10,000 people to show up for this thing by hook or by crook, I think you nailed it. They avoided being embarrassed on television. That's not 10,000. No one's going to call 10,000 an embarrassing number under any circumstances for either of the two major companies. You put 10,000 people in a building for a TV taping, essentially.
Yeah, like a WrestleMania with 10,000 would be disappointing.
Right,
but
exactly. To be clear, I'm talking about a television show. Even though this is, their big television show of the year, then you can never consider that embarrassing. And they did avoid the embarrassment, of having like 6,000 people there and very obvious, large sections of empty seats and whatnot. All right, so let's get into the show. And I guess we'll start with the main event. MJF successfully defends the AEW world title in a wild match against Samoa Joe. Actually, first of all, I want to talk about the crowd, because I thought the crowd was red fucking hot during this main event. And I really think they were red hot during the whole show. And they lifted every match on the show to another level with how hot they were. And it was very clear with this main event, which was a very good match. But I thought the crowd was so good that the crowd took it to another level. So the 10,000 people that were there, I thought were super hot. MJF, he goes to use the ring, and I think the referee was Paul Turner. He catches him using the ring, and then they tease Joe hits the muscle buster, and they do a false finish there. And I because I was rooting for Joe, I kind of bought that.
Incredibly convincing near fall.
Yeah, all right. So I wasn't the only one. So I definitely bought that one. I was like, wow, he's not close enough to put his foot on the ropes. Joe's going to win it here.
Same.
It's a good finish. No. So then MJF puts him in the rear naked choke. Joe backs him into the corner. The ref has to go diving out of the way outside the ring. That gives MJF the opportunity to get a rope, which he then uses to choke Joe out as he promised he would. I don't know how Joe did it, but he got his face to turn purple. Maybe he told MJF, hey, listen, brother, lay it in with that rope. Choke me softly. Let's make sure that I'm turning colors, because either that or he's holding his breath or something. But
he's also a 300-pound man that was creeping over the 20-minute mark in a match.
Let me tell you, his face instantly turned. He looked like Brock Lesnar in that choke. He was just turning colors. But yeah, so from that standpoint, they did a tremendous job with the finish and selling the finish. And of course, Adam Cole got involved to some extent as well. Joe, went after him. There's something wrong with Cole's leg that I guess we'll get into. But the question then becomes, did you like the finish? What did you think of the finish?
I really liked the match. I thought the finish was like the worst part of the match. And I don't think I hated the finish, but the finish kind of took the match down a level for me. It probably knocked off like a quarter star or something like that. If we want to talk about ratings and things like that. I thought throughout the match, my opinion during the match was MJF is a great babyface in terms of getting the crowd to react to stuff, knowing when to fire up, doing things. I know you have your personal problems with kind of the way MJF has carried himself as a babyface and the dopey kangaroo kick, which got a massive pop and things like that. But just fundamentally as a babyface, knowing how to work a crowd, I thought he was tremendous. And Samoa Joe is like the greatest heel. He was so great in this match. The faces he was making, the laughing, the look in his eye when he did things like pile drive, Max on the concrete on the outside, or the thick plastic slabs, as Excalibur pointed out to us, not concrete. He didn't get really hurt there, folks. I just thought Samoa Joe was so great, and it started to make me a little bit sad because nothing is more indicative of the booking of American wrestling over the last 20 years, in that Samoa Joe is, in my opinion, probably the world's easiest personality to book in terms of how you can draw money with him. And yet his career is largely defined by promoter after promoter failing to understand that. And in this instance, you just see this is who Samoa Joe is. He's a monster heel that relishes in punishing baby faces. And he's the perfect person for the role, and he has been consistently for his entire wrestling career. And it's too bad we haven't seen more of these performances on a regular basis, because his career has been all, patchworked along different promotions and injuries and promoters not understanding what they had when they had him. And there's a little bit of a melancholy that came with it, but I thought the match itself was tremendous.
Look, I think Joe is legitimately on one of the best runs of his career. When you think of the best runs of Samoa Joe's career, you think of ROH circa 2004, 2005.
The long title reign, yeah.
You think of TNA circa 2006, I guess that would be, with the undefeated streak and the X Division stuff and, the three-way with Styles and Daniels and all that. And then I would say that this current AEW/ROH run that he's on right now, I mean, he has just been, as you noted, on another level when it comes to character work. And I'm starting to hate the term character work in pro wrestling because, these days a lot of people use it to describe when wrestlers are doing over the top, dialed up to 100 kind of, goofy or comedy characters. I was like, oh, well, that's great character work. And it's like, yeah, but that's a different kind of character work. Samoa Joe has gotten over the idea that he's just this total I will kill you badass. And he's always sort of been superlative at coming across like a legitimate badass. You could totally buy that, not just this sort of on-screen persona that he's conveying, but that Joe himself legitimately would fuck you up. And he gets that over so well, and that's what he's done so well on this run. We all know physically that he's not the same guy. And, you know, I got to say, though, even physically, his work has kind of been, you know, an improvement over the last half decade or so from what we've seen of him during this run. Just everything is peaking for him. And I would put this up there with all of the best runs of his career. And that's why I was hoping against hope, because deep down, when the rubber met the road, I knew MJF was winning this match, but I was just holding out hope and looking for reasons that they might make the move here and put it on Samoa Joe. They didn't do it. You know, as far as the finish, you know, I think you nailed everything. You know, MJF's work here, regardless of my feelings of the dopey kangaroo kick, you know, I hate it, but the crowd responds to it. And it was perfectly placed, and his work was great. Joe's work was great. But the match was laid out great. The crowd was hot for the whole fucking thing. So you can't really knock it from that standpoint. As far as the finish, if you didn't like the finish, then what did you want them to do? Because that was within the character motivations of MJF, even as a babyface. No, he's your bastard now. So he's still going to cheat. He's still going to use the ring. He's still someone who will pull out a rope and choke a guy out. He's still a guy who will take advantage of an edge. So were you looking for a clean finish? Were you looking for, I mean, what was it that you would have done different with the finish?
I totally get what you mean in terms of like, this is kind of what they had to do. And obviously part of me is like, well, I wish Samoa Joe just won. Or maybe MJF just beat Joe clean, like, or just beat Joe's ass until he couldn't stand anymore. It was a little, I didn't necessarily, you know what part of it was? And the reason I would have never gone like 5 stars in this match was the whole setup, which is throughout this entire show, they're obviously teasing something about Adam Cole has to be involved in the main event. He's not at ringside because he's helping Roderick Strong or talking Roderick Strong, from having a panic attack on the phone or whatever was happening in that angle. So you kind of knew the match wasn't going to end until Adam Cole came out, which is kind of like made me kind of dislike the entire closing stretch, because I'm like, it's like I said, it's like the WWE thing where you watch a bloodline match and you're just waiting for the ref to bump and waiting for the Usos to get involved, because they have to get involved because that's how they do main events. Yeah. And that was kind of my problem with this match.
You're waiting around for Adam Cole and for
exactly. And then so Adam Cole comes out and he inspires Max to fight out of it, and then kind of gets involved so Max can cheat a little bit and get the chokehold. And I'm just like, you know what, this would be great if MJF just won clean. That doesn't really make sense for kind of the direction they're going in and how they present the character. But I'm kind of allowing my like personal fandom just being like, this is what I want to see as a fan, which isn't necessarily the right decision. Obviously, I think it worked for the crowd and things like that. I have kind of a weird thought about this match that I had towards the end of it, which was, I feel like MJF kind of worked this match in the style of like 1987 Hulk Hogan, in that obviously he did like more advanced moves and things like that, but the idea of the monster heel controlling the match, beating him up, the fans being worried about him, he's selling it like he's dead, and then kind of doing the whole Hulk up comeback, doing even the dopey kangaroo kick being similar to some of Hogan's dopey moves, just like
the sleeper with the three when Cole was where the third hand didn't go down.
Yeah, he literally like hulked up. Like he literally hulked up. He did the Ultimate Warrior, ring rope shake that he does after the drop kick, and just all this stuff. It feels like I'm watching like an 80s Hogan match in like a good way in terms of
he cheated. And as we know, if you go back and watch Hulk Hogan was an asshole.
Yeah, half his offense
during
was
that run.
Cheating.
Yes. So I didn't even think of that. That is such a great comp. This was totally a 1986, 1987, Hulk Hogan match against insert, whether it's,
like King Kong
Kamala
Bundy or someone like that.
King Kong. Yes. Anybody like that. And, you're dead on with that, where the crowd, they don't care that he's a dick. They don't care that he cheats. It's just anything he does is going to be over. And, that's actually a scary, accurate comp. But,
he took Death Valley driver on the apron, like right on his neck. He worked that part like Kota Ibushi.
Look, both of these guys were great in the match. My issues aside with MJF's character work and the Brochacho stuff. For my money, I think in terms of Brochacho matches that we've had so far, this may have been my favorite one.
It's your favorite of the Brochacho era.
Yeah, I think so, because I'm thinking back and I hated the MJF Cole match. I don't even consider that a wrestling match.
Yeah,
that was just that was absolutely the total antithesis of what I want in my pro wrestling. I hated the tag match against Aussie Open. So what am I missing here? From the Brochacho era. Oh, so there were some television tag matches that they had during the tournament. The match with the dance off obviously can go fuck itself. So yeah, unless I'm forgetting an obvious one, this was my favorite match of the Brochacho era, so to speak.
Someone mentioned this in the Slack. It might have been John Carroll, but I apologize if it was someone else. But they mentioned that this was like very sports entertainment-y, but in kind of a good way, as opposed to the match at All In, which was this over the top dramatic. Like, this is like you said, is this even a wrestling match? This was very much a wrestling match done in the style of. It's very similar to kind of like Attitude Era WWE in that sense. And now I'm talking about that after
or Hulk Hogan.
Yeah,
like you said.
Yeah, I mean there's a little more like chaos than you would see in like an 80s
It did feel,
Hulk Hogan match.
You know what? It felt chaotic in the right ways.
Yeah, like it felt like you didn't know what was going to happen. It had the convincing near fall. And I agree with you on the run for Samoa Joe. I mean, his work throughout the entire tournament was tremendous. And you can even go back to, his matches with Darby Allin, the match they had earlier this year in Seattle.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's having a great run. And physically, I think he looks pretty good in terms of what he's being asked to do out there.
I think it's the best he's looked physically bell to bell in a decade.
And part of it is he's so convincing at getting across his character that even if he's doing less than maybe he used to do, you still believe that this man is an ass kicker. Yes. And he's not like, it's not like people have to slow down for him and, sell for him. Like, you still believe that this man could rip his opponent apart with his bare hands. He's still very convincing. He hasn't lost, the level of explosiveness or athleticism that would make him feel like he was a guy pretending to be that role.
And his promos are so good and menacing and rooted in reality. His promos, it's almost like, what they're like? They're like MMA promos from MMA fighters who understand how to do a pro wrestling promo, if that makes sense in a backwards way.
Yeah, because they're rooted, like you said, they're rooted in logic, and he's not making existential comments. He's not telling a story like, oh, here's what happened to me 10 years ago.
But at the same time, he's selling a fight.
Yeah. I mean, what's weird is I thought this was a segment like particularly just to trigger you, but it was the MJF promo with Cole where they pull up in the car and MJF cuts what I would consider a very good, like reality-based promo aimed at Samoa Joe. And it's like, all right, this is a good segment. And then like, it has to be like, Adam Cole gets a phone call and he's like, whoa, Roddy, don't worry. You're not going to die. Don't worry. I'll be there. Like, and it just like totally takes me out of the element of this match. It's like, that kind of ruined MJF's pretty good promo.
Well, I'll tell you what my notes say about that specific pre-tape. It was, do we have to wedge this stuff into everything? Can't MJF just cut one serious promo to put over this world title match? You know what I mean? Like, we get it. We get that you're telling this story with Roddy and with Cole and all that, but can we just get one promo where the guy puts over the fucking title match?
I was yeah,
you're right. That did annoy me.
I was kind of surprised Roddy Strong, or the Kingdom, they weren't involved in the finish at all.
Yeah, I guess the fact that I guess they put him in the hospital just to kind of tip off that he wasn't going to be involved in the finish at all.
What hospital is Roderick Strong staying at? Because Adam Cole, first of all, couldn't visit him until like right after it happened, and then he's let's assume he's in Cincinnati, which is where he was injured, and then Adam's visiting him in the hospital, and then he's like, I'm only here to see like you for like 30 seconds because Max has got his match in New York, so we're led to believe that's last week. So Adam Cole needed a week to travel to New York for Max's match, and then at the same time, we're given the impression that Cole like flees the scene in New York to go visit Roddy in the hospital because Roddy's like suicidal or something on the phone.
Yeah.
Or he thinks he's going to die because of his neck injury.
Yeah. The idea was I got to get back to the building because Max's match is soon. And it's like, that's why this shit is stupid and preposterous and I don't like it.
I know. I'm turning into Alvarez analyzing it like that, but that's what I thought of. Was like, what hospital is Roderick Strong in?
I thought of the same thing. It's like, why, he's rushing to visit him at the hospital while this wrestling show is happening. And he has to get back before the match starts.
Can I say something though? This is, people are starting to come around to my point of view here. But I like this Roderick Strong character. It's so bad, it's so good. I know it's a terrible take. I can't even really justify it to myself, but he's so over the top in it, and his mannerisms and his voice are so ridiculous that I am entertained when he's on screen. And they're in some ways killing him in terms of his credibility, although he was at least presented as a very competent wrestler during the tournaments. But like he's sitting, like even the hotel skit, which is 100, or the hospital skit, which is a bad skit. I'm still entertained by it. You can throw me in jail. I don't know what else to say about it. I enjoy it.
Look, the thing about this stuff, and we'll transition to Toni Storm in a second here and do her next. The thing about all of this stuff is, and I hope people understand this when I'm railing on it multiple times a week on audio, setting my personal feelings aside of how we're presenting these wrestlers. Okay. I can objectively look at how they're performing these characters and compartmentalize that. And like Toni Storm, why don't we just talk about Toni Storm? She's knocking it out of the park portraying this new gimmick. There's no doubt about it. My issue isn't with Toni Storm performing the character, right? My issue is I don't want these kinds of characters on my wrestling show. That's my issue. Not that Toni Storm isn't doing an outstanding job with it. If Toni Storm, if this were an SNL character or something, or a sketch comedy character or something like that, I'd have no problem with it. I have a problem with it in the context of my pro wrestling show. That's where my problem with it comes.
I do feel like Roddy is more of an SNL character at this point. Like, especially he's got the neck brace. He's in the hospital bed. He's saying, I can't see you, Adam. I can't see you. And then Adam comes in and says, open your eyes. Like, it doesn't really have any place in a wrestling. It doesn't have a place in a wrestling show, even though if I think it's funny. Yeah.
He's very much in a slapsticky way. That kind of character. Whereas
part of it is that it's absurd that Roderick Strong is playing this character of all people.
Yeah, because of what he's been his whole career. That's exactly it. It's the dichotomy of what Roderick Strong was and what he is now. Whereas Toni Storm, if the deal that she's doing with this 1940s Hollywood starlet shit or whatever the fuck it is, okay, she would be the basis of her sketch. If that were a sketch comedy character, right? She would be this person who for some reason thinks it's 1940 and everybody around her is living in 2023. And that would be the joke. You know what I mean? And from that standpoint, she's doing a great job with it. But it jumped the shark for me about a week ago. I knew it was going to get there. It was creeping up to the line. But at this point, this is a total WWE style character. And, I don't understand how anyone could even deny that. Okay. It's dialed up to 10,000. Okay. She thinks she's in the 1940s and she's desperately trying to get 3 different catchphrases over and has successfully gotten "watch out for the shoe" over already because they were chanting for the shoe during this match.
There was a sign in the front row.
Yeah. And you know, that and the chin up, tits out. I mean, listen, and here's the thing. I think it's smart. I think she absolutely should lean into it. The subtlety hammer is out, baby. And that's why I hate it. I'm nothing if not consistent. The subtlety hammer is now out with this thing. She has leaned completely in, but this is the kind of shit that gets over with modern pro wrestling fans. You're seeing it at the top of the card. The kangaroo kick is still over and got the biggest pop of the night. This is what the people want. If I were a wrestler in this company, now that the floodgates are open and we're doing this stuff and it's getting over, I would be trying to come up with my own goofy, over-the-top character that I could lean into and dial up to 10,000 so I can get over similarly to Tony Storm and MJF and Adam Cole and Roderick Strong. And this is precisely what I warned people about in fucking February when I saw this company tiptoeing in this direction. Okay? This is exactly what I was warning people about. And they all said I was crazy. They said, Joe Lanz is out of his mind. I'm canceling my subscription because these comps don't make any sense. And here we are, 6, 7, 8 months later, whatever it is. And I was absolutely right. And you're going to see more of it. This isn't the end. This is only the beginning. And I'm not saying you can't enjoy this stuff, but don't tell me I'm wrong. That Tony Storm gimmick, you could slap that on Monday Night Raw or NXT on Tuesdays and it would fit like a glove. That's all. And look at the numbers that NXT is doing now. With all of those, non-reality based, whatever you want to call it.
I don't know if those are the people that are doing the big numbers.
I don't know. Look, I agree. We did a whole segment, Rich and I, and we acknowledged that the main roster is helping prop those numbers up to some extent. There's no question about it. But NXT has been slowly gathering young viewership for a number of months now. So, I mean, this is what connects with modern audiences. It's so obvious. And that's completely independent of my personal complaints of what I want to see. I can acknowledge that this stuff gets over. It does. I'm not saying Tony Storm shouldn't do it. She absolutely should do it because it's working. Now, we could have another conversation. Do I think it caps her potential ceiling? I do. Because I think if you lean too hard into stuff like this, it's sometimes hard for people to see you as a main eventer. MJF has overcome it because he was already a main eventer. And he's so fucking over anyway. But for someone like Tony Storm, it's a dangerous game to play. It's like Chad Gable. He can go out there and do shoosh and get a pop, right? But there's a limit to how far he's going to go. Whereas Seth Rollins, who was already on top, found himself a little sing-along, entrance music and a goofy character, and it helped him get over even more. But for someone like Tony Storm or Chad Gable, it's dangerous. It's like, that's the rub. Okay, this can help me get over, but now I'm a goofball and they're going to see me as a goofball. And I think there's a danger in that happening to Tony Storm. So I think you're into the Tony Storm thing. So the floor is yours.
I am surprised that you dislike the Tony Storm character. Mr. Audrey Hepburn and Betty Davis references constantly for actresses. This should be right in your wheelhouse because what Tony Storm is doing is obviously a tribute to Gloria Swanson's character in Sunset Boulevard. But I personally enjoy when people rip off things that are famously popular and successful. I think we should have more of that in wrestling. I don't disagree in the sense that like this is something that you would see in WWE and something that you would see in NXT. The skits are not what throws me off in NXT is the horrible skits. And the need for everyone to be a character like this because you got to be a character to be a star. I just think about not just in AEW but outside of WWE. Whenever I see characters kind of develop into this, I feel like it comes across as more organic than the way WWE chooses to present talent. So it doesn't offend me as much, but it's also probably kind of an inherent bias against WWE and a greater tolerance for things that are not WWE on my behalf. I'm gonna let you finish, but listen, I do acknowledge
that I am an absolute anti-WWE totalitarian.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Like I know, like you told me this before, that you're very sensitive to business creeping into like WWE speak. Like you and Rich both are always big on like, don't call it a triple threat match, right? That personally doesn't bother me, but I totally understand where you're coming from in terms of like get as far away from them as possible. But with the Tony, like I enjoy. I thought her entrance is tremendous. I think it's eye catching. I think if you're flipping through channels, I don't know if anyone does that anymore. If you're watching a YouTube video or something, I think you see something like that. It's like, whoa, who is this? And I think as far as a wrestler, she's still maintaining what made her good as a wrestler. The one thing I will say is I do not like the whole I'm going to beat people up with the shoe gimmick.
Well, I would say settle in and get used to it because she's going to build all of her matches.
Yeah, she's going to come out. She's going to.
It's like I said.
I have a long.
The subtlety hammer's out now. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube once you completely lean into this stuff.
I have a long-standing dislike of any use of a foreign object in wrestling that obviously wouldn't hurt if you got hit with it, and people selling it like it does.
Yeah,
like hitting someone with a slipper would not hurt like as much as your fist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're going to sell "Watch Out for the Shoe" T-shirts, and they're going to. I mean, this is where we're going, and you're only going to see more of it. These other wrestlers are going to see that this stuff is getting over. They're going to
think about how grumpy you're going to be then.
Oh, listen, this is why I started this back in the spring, because I saw this shit coming, and I saw it percolating. And I saw it developing, and I understand wrestling history, and I saw what was working in WWE, and I know that this is a copycat business, and I understand who some of the influential voices are in the room now with AEW, and once you dip your toes in it, and once crowds start responding to it, the floodgates are open. And
Joe Lanza's drive-through coming 2025.
This was no surprise to me, and
right? No, I think, and I think Dave sometimes gets caught up in this. Like, you really can't lie to yourself if you don't like something.
Yeah.
Specifically, if you're going to have a show where the whole point is to give your honest opinion, and the audience will know when you're lying.
Yeah.
And I made a joke about Cornette, and Cornette is obviously working a character, but like Cornette doesn't like the way wrestling turned out, doesn't like wrestling in the modern style of wrestling. He doesn't. And I don't think he's lying about that. And eventually, if that's what happens, if American wrestling turns into something that you really don't want to watch, Joe, you can't lie and pretend that it's good if you think that.
Correct. And anyone who listens to this show on a weekly basis for the last 4, 5, 6 months understands that I'm having this crisis when it comes to American wrestling, because I see AEW going down this path. And
I think I'm a little bit more optimistic in terms of, I think there's a lot of room. There's a room for a lot of different stuff.
Well, you see, AEW, the path that AEW is walking, and NXT terrify me, because if NXT, I believe
you're
WWE,
afraid of NXT has hit on some new formula to create new wrestling fans, young people that are now going to view professional wrestling through that lens, and that will infect the future of pro wrestling, because everyone will eventually adapt to that style of pro wrestling,
right?
Much like how everyone has tried to adapt to sports entertainment style wrestling.
And not only do I think that's going to happen, it is actually really happening.
I suppose. I mean, there have been over-the-top characters since wrestling first started.
Absolutely.
So,
but here's the difference. It's the way they're being presented in NXT, and the other big piece of this is we had an alternative for 3 years who weren't completely avoiding this sort of thing, but it certainly wasn't their identity. And I think that's the big key when people bring up, AEW always had a certain element of silliness. Absolutely. From day fucking one. The very first segment on their very first pay-per-view pre-show was the Librarians. Go back and listen to my audio on it. I fucking, Rich and I blew a gasket. Okay, we're like, this is the first impression you're giving people. How is this an alternative? Okay, but the key is it was never their identity. Now, from the top down, from the world champion, from the hypothetical, from the literal top guy in the company down, we're seeing more and more of it. And my concern is it then becomes the identity of the promotion. Okay. And now we just have two in the same. You know, the same thing we complained about TNA and Impact all those years is just WWE light done poorly. Well, you know, and now even the alternative is being infiltrated with this type of and it gets over, at least in front of live crowds.
I mean, I get your point in the sense of like MJF is the biggest, presented as the biggest star in the company, if not the biggest star in the company outright, and he's obviously leaning into this in some ways. Obviously, like the skits with Adam Cole and the Bruchacho stuff would be obvious huge examples of that. But if I were to like look at this show, and I would say, okay, you can say the Toni Storm character is close to that. Although I thought Toni Storm was mostly just an entrance in terms of her character. I guess she did the shoe spot too. But you're also talking about a show that gave you Claudio Castagnoli and Eddie Kingston and John Moxley
There's
versus
still
Ray
plenty
Phoenix.
of good, and there's still plenty of good.
And my point is that we're looking at WWE in terms of WWE has Vince McMahon at the helm, and he has always had an extremely rigid view of this is what works in pro wrestling, and we don't do X, Y, and Z, and everyone has to have a character, and everyone has to have a gimmick, and you know, he's gone through periods where he decided everyone had to have an occupation as their gimmick, and we know what they're doing in NXT, where they're trying to do these gimmicks that are aimed at young people and all that stuff like that. I would, the optimistic view for me would be that in AEW, we don't have somebody who views wrestling as rigid as Vince McMahon does, so that every single person is going to be designed to fit into this universe. I think there'll always be room for multiple different types of characters and presentations of personalities beyond the NXT-fication of some of these people.
Yeah, I don't expect the entire promotion and the entire show to be suited to my tastes. You know,
well, I'm talking about the like the identity of the promotion. I think AEW for the foreseeable future, honestly, their identity is going to be that people bleed a lot on the shows.
I wish that was their identity moving forward.
Real quick, just to actually talk about this match, the Saraya versus Toni Storm match. Yeah. This was a match that was clearly designed around the fact that Saraya cannot work a regular match.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Total smoke and mirrors. And the crowd did get into it. They definitely got into a
crowd was red hot for it, I thought.
So there's this spot where Toni Storm fires up, and I thought Toni Storm was biting Saraya, but it seemed like the crowd reacted as if she was kissing her. What was your take on that spot?
I thought it was very clearly a kiss. You thought it was a bite?
So I'm out. I mean, I've seen that spot, like similar spots done to that. It's usually people biting. Like the baby face fires up.
I thought it was a kiss right on the fucking lips.
Yeah. Okay. So I was maybe distracted or something, because I the way the crowd reacted, I was like, okay, the crowd clearly thought they kissed. So I just wanted to make sure that that was what it was.
You know, about if this were like 6 years ago during a slightly different era of wrestling analysis, and a lot of those people have been run off, there would be 5,000 think pieces tomorrow on Toni Storm doing a forced kiss on Saraya. And why this was a horrible.
The crowd erupted like, you know, the ECW arena during like a Francine segment. They were into
there probably still will be a couple think pieces on the forced kiss. You know, I don't frequent Twitter that much, but I'm sure there's a couple tweets out there saying how problematic and troubling that forced kiss was that Toni Storm laid on her.
But the crowd popped huge for that, and they were into the final aspects of this match. I was hoping Toni Storm would win, because I think it's clear that Saraya just doesn't have it in the ring, and it's kind of a joke that the title is on her.
Yeah, no, it's not a great time for the women's title. You know, on
the division
Saraya,
is much better than that now.
You know, when I really liked this division before Toni Storm was doing the goofy gimmick, and when Jamie Hayter was healthy, and Toni Storm and Jamie Hayter were just having really good matches on TV and pay-per-view. And you know what? That shit was over too.
Mm-hmm.
right?
Well,
Hayter
getting significantly injured was a huge blow because she
Hayter got over organically for just being an ass kicker.
Yeah, and she was the most over woman on the roster when she got injured. And she was also having some of the best matches that any woman in AEW has had. So it was a really strong aspect of the company. I do think that they've gotten Statlander going, especially since the soft brand split has kind of ended and she's allowed to wrestle on different shows. I thought she had a very productive weekend, obviously with the match against Jade on Rampage and then the follow-up with her match against Britt on Collision.
Yeah.
And she's someone that I'm still very high on in terms of being able to be pushed as a star. And now that she's kind of out of this universe where she only wrestles jobbers and is able to wrestle actual top stars, I think there's a lot more going for her. But I look at this division, I said, like, Saraya just is not even close to in-ring quality enough. And I guess she's kind of over, but it's not so overwhelming where you feel like you have to put the title on her. And
yeah, I thought Statlander had the best week of her AEW run last week. I wrote about that behind the paywall. That's up on the Patreon right now on the $10 tier where I reviewed last week's Collision and Rampage. That was Jade's final AEW, or presumed final AEW match, was her best AEW singles match. Mm-hmm. And then the next night, Statlander had an even better match with Britt Baker. Okay. And we all know that Jade Cargill and Britt Baker aren't exactly the glamour girls. Okay. So it's not like you got to work hard to have a great match, especially with Jade. So I completely agree with you with Statlander. She's peaking right now.
Yeah. I mean, the Rampage match with Statlander kind of was just, to me, was like, man, they had Jade and all they basically did was have her wrestle Red Velvet and Layla Gray. And for the most part, all these people that weren't over and weren't good in the ring. And that was what she did for like a year, because they had to put the plan for Chris Statlander to eventually beat her on hold until Chris came back from her serious knee injury. And when she finally had the match with Statlander, and even the little brief match they had when Statlander beat her for the title,
excuse me,
to me, it was like, this was such a waste of Jade. Like, why couldn't Jade wrestle like the actual good people on the roster for the most part, and people that the crowd sees as big stars? Because I think they left so much on the table by basically having Jade off in her own little universe where she was wrestling people in the Jadeverse, most of whom were not over or the crowd didn't take seriously as challengers.
I hear a lot of people say that, and I understand why you are saying that. But to be fair, Jade wrestled Thunder Rosa. She wrestled Ruby Soho. She wrestled Willow Nightingale. She wrestled Athena. And she had bad matches with all of those people too.
Mm-hmm.
So I do agree that much of her run was littered with, your Marina Shafirs and your Red Velvets 19 different times. And listen, plenty of terrible opponents. You can't dispute that. But she had plenty of bad matches with the good wrestlers that they put her in there with too. She wrestled Nyla Rose, who people have had good matches with, to add another name. So now look, did she wrestle Red Velvet and Sky Blue 1,000 times? And do they both kind of stink? Yeah. Or, did she wrestle a bunch of people who, where it was like the blind leading the blind and you had two inexperienced below average workers in there? Yeah, that happened a ton too. But I can't get with this idea that we're hand waving all of Jade Cargill's shitty matches because she was simply booked with a bunch of poor wrestlers. She wrestled plenty of the upper half of the AEW women's division too, and all those matches stunk too. So, but the Statlander match was, that was her best singles match. Her best match, honestly, her best overall match is still her first match, the tag match with Shaq and Cody.
Yeah.
But obviously that was a lot of smoke and mirrors and plunder spots and things like that, and had very little to do with Jade herself. So, it's funny. Her two best matches were her first match and her last match.
I'm sure she'll improve a lot when she's wrestling Thea Hale and JC Jane, Lacey Lane, JC Jane. I don't even know the characters' names.
You know what they'll do though? They will accentuate her positives and hide her negatives the best that they can. And I mean, AEW tried to do that. That's the reason she wrestled a lot of squash matches. That's the reason that they put her on Rampage, where they could edit taped matches, as opposed to putting her on Dynamite a lot of the time, where it was a risk being live because she stinks. You know what I mean? And it's like, So they tried to hide a lot of her negatives too and protect her. But then, the things that you needed to do to protect her were the things that me and you were here complaining about, that she wrestled all these short matches against bad wrestlers and they were squashes and things like. So that's why I say this is best for all involved, that she just move on. She's better suited for WWE anyway. They're better positioned to get the most out of her versus AEW. And now AEW doesn't have sort of this puzzle to solve that is Jade Cargill. She's just a better fit for the other company, is the way I see it. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, let's move on. What are we talk about?
Well,
Moxley?
I'm not letting you slide without giving. Do you agree or disagree?
I'm trying to keep us on track, Mister. We got to keep this to an hour.
Do you agree or disagree? Don't be afraid to give an opinion. I'm pushing you here.
I think that the WWE fan base will be more tolerant of Jade's weaknesses.
I think that's a very fair assessment because I agree with that. And I'm going to let you skip out on answering my question and we're going to move on.
What was the question? I was ready to set up the Moxley piece.
Do you agree or disagree that she's simply a better fit for the other company?
I think that's the same answer is the same. I think the WWE fan base is more forgiving of her weaknesses, which will allow her to get more over.
All right.
So that makes her a better fit for WWE.
Do you want to keep moving backwards or you want to jump to the top of the card here?
I don't know. I feel like the Moxley thing is somewhat significant in terms of how odd that finish was. And
talk about it. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Yep. So John Moxley and Rey Fenix had a match. The match was going pretty well. I didn't pick up on this at first, but I saw some people in the Slack mention that something happened where Moxley appeared to be a little glassy-eyed. Do you know what spot people are talking about? Is kind of this was relatively early in the match.
Okay. What I saw is the dive when Phoenix hit him with the flippy-do dive during Mox's entrance. I thought Mox was knocked silly on that.
Okay.
And then there was a spot later, like the finish obviously looked like it took something out of him too. But right from the jump, I thought Moxley was just on a completely different planet. And then as a result, the match was a complete mess. But yes. I'm going to go back and watch it though, because it's I'm not even sure. I want to take another look at it, but because it was so messy and they seem to be on different pages throughout the whole thing. And then the finish looked like Mox got seriously injured. I know most people are going to be listening to this over the weekend. We are actually recording this segment on Wednesday night, moments after Dynamite ended. So it's probably going to be old news by the time people are hearing what we're saying right now, but it sure looked to me like Moxley was legitimately injured in this match.
Right. So what you're talking about is we get towards the finish and Phoenix hits that, over the shoulder kind of driver that he has. And, he goes for the 3 count and Rick Knox is the referee and he goes 1, 2, and then he makes the count like Moxley kicked out, but Moxley doesn't move a muscle. And
which makes me question whether this was supposed to be the correct winner.
And time stands still as Knox looks at Phoenix and looks at Moxley. And I don't know what happens, but Phoenix just picks him up again, hits the exact same move, and pins Moxley 1, 2, 3. My interpretation of this, and again, we're probably going to know what happened by the time most people listen to this, but is that Moxley was obviously supposed to win this match because I think they were setting him up to have a long or long All-Atlantic or whatever it's called, international championship.
I was stunned that Phoenix won.
Yeah, I definitely don't think Phoenix was supposed to win this match. I thought it was just going to be, your typical 3.5 to 4 star match where Moxley and Phoenix get it on and have a good match.
But if the guy's hurt and if the guy's hurt and he knows he's hurt and his opponent knows he's hurt and the ref knows he's hurt, don't you do the SummerSlam Steve Austin Owen Hart thing and just do like a roll up and get out of there? Instead of having the other guy win?
Right. That's what happens. But we've also seen incidents where the opposite happens, like the one I think some people were mentioning where the Mercedes Moné and Willow Nightingale match where Mercedes got hurt and she changed the finish essentially. And Moxley seems like the kind of guy that, and I don't know if it was maybe Moxley was upset that he knew he blew that spot, the kick out spot or whatever. And who knows what his faculties were like at that time, but clearly it was, Phoenix hit him with the driver and that was the finish. And The worst case scenario here is, and from what I have heard from people live, Moxley was being tended to in the ring after the match. You'll note that they never really showed Moxley after, and they didn't show doctors coming in and checking on Moxley. It was kept on Phoenix, and Phoenix and Alex Abrahantes kind of got out of the ring and celebrated up the entrance ramp. But people live, said that Moxley eventually did walk out under his own power, which at first I thought he broke his neck. I thought he broke his neck on the driver, and I was expecting like the worst. But he was able to walk out under his own power. So, a concussion, a stinger, he got his bell rung, maybe something else. Seems like the most likely injury here. I'm shocked that Phoenix won. But, really, all this does, assuming Moxley can come back in a reasonable period of time, is Rey Fenix is probably going to have 3 or 4 TV matches that are going to be really good. And Moxley will come back and beat him for the title. And that's not the worst piece of booking. It makes Phoenix feel a little more legitimate as a singles wrestler. And it gives, fans something to look forward to when Moxley comes back. It's kind of similar to the angle they did when, Moxley and Hangman Page got legitimately knocked out. And they kind of were able to work that into a storyline. And the Rey Fenix now has the reputation of the guy who knocked out Jon Moxley and beat him clean as a sheet in the middle of the ring. That's probably really good for Rey Fenix's prospects as a singles wrestler going forward.
Yeah, you could take advantage and leverage anything. And this is a company that used to be great at that, right? Where they would be handed some shitty hand and then totally take advantage of it and flip it and turn it into a positive.
Yeah, you can have Phoenix wrestling Wheeler Utah to get, who wants revenge for Moxley and things like that. There's plenty you can do here.
Plenty you can do if that was even the case.
Moxley hit a curb stomp on the elevated entrance ramp there, and the geeks in the audience all started singing Seth Rollins' theme. I don't know if you heard that, Joe.
Yeah, and that I'm glad you brought that up because now that we've seen what WWE pay-per-views do to Collision's numbers, far more devastating to Collision than the football or anything else has been. And now that we've seen how, as we talked about earlier, some of these, turned up to 100 goofy sort of crowd interaction style characters have gotten over in AEW, I am now convinced more than ever that there is just enormous crossover in the fan bases of the two companies. I mean, it's pretty obvious to me, more than what there was 4 years ago at the start of AEW. And I don't know if that's a lot of the early AEW fans who were on board because it was this hip alternative featuring, wrestlers they liked, presented in ways that they liked, slowly dropping off and out of the product and leaving behind sort of the more universal wrestling fan who pays attention to and watches everything. And thus WWE is over with them. Or if there's sort of been this transition of AEW has started to attract more people who also enjoy WWE. I don't know what it is or how it happened.
You know what, Joe?
But I think, go ahead.
You know what I think? I think that when AEW first started, a lot of wrestling fans had a very negative view on WWE and the various characters that WWE was presenting. And over the last year or so, those fans have become a lot more invested in WWE and enjoy characters more like Seth Rollins than they did when AEW first started. And there's a lot of fans that are fans of both. They like WWE and they like AEW. And so you're seeing more of those fans, bring WWE stuff like the Seth Rollins. And I get it. Like Moxley did the guy's signature move. So, how many times does someone do like a Three Amigos and everyone chants for Eddie? So it's
that would have never happened in 2019 though.
Right. But, and I think that's just because I think your wrestling fan, your average wrestling fan, your fan that, might be attending an AEW event, but might be slightly WWE leaning if you want to, if that's such a way to describe them. They are now much more invested in WWE's characters. And so I think that leads to stuff like this.
So do you think that this is largely the same fans, just they enjoy WWE now and they didn't in 2019?
I do. I think that I think a majority of AEW's fans, including fans at the venue, are, for lack of a better term, neutral wrestling fans. They don't have a strong dislike of WWE's product. Maybe they did in 2018 because WWE had a much worse relationship with their fans than they did in 2018, 2019. That relationship has improved. We know that because there's a lot more people that are going to WWE events. That's why their attendance is so strong. And not some of those people have just given up on AEW and they're like, we're not watching AEW anymore because I like WWE again. But other people are, oh, it's good that WWE is good and I still like AEW. And that's just kind of their view of pro wrestling. They're not, I think it's hard, the level of wrestling fandom that we're at in the circles that we swim in, to kind of always understand that there's a lot of people out there that just like pro wrestling and don't notice or see massive differences between WWE and AEW.
Well, whether you're correct in your assessment that it's the same people and they just happen to enjoy the other company now and they didn't 4 years ago, or whether it's sort of or whether the fan base has changed to whatever degree, either way, I think this is yet another reason why AEW is going to continue to lean into more WWE-like characters, for lack of a better term, and storylines and presentations, because it's working with their audience now too.
Yeah, inherently the WWE doing stuff that's popular is going to seep into.
It's going to trickle down to everyone. Exactly.
This is pro wrestling, though. Anytime anything gets popular, it trickles down into
everything and else. Yet people were telling me I was out of my mind. And that was like,
I'm sorry, you've got boss baby brain. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm getting responses like that when I'm just stating the obvious. And it's like I'm just stating the obvious.
Moxley had there's a sign that said Moxley Splash Zone in the audience, which I enjoyed. I did not see any Joe Lanza signs this week on Dynamite, unfortunately.
There has never been a Joe Lanza sign on Dynamite, so I don't know why you'd think there would be one this week.
This
moving on.
No, can I just say something real quick?
Yes.
Speaking of Nugenics, how did Andy Van Slyke get on these Nugenics commercials?
Andy Van Slyke, yeah, he wasn't really like a super popular player.
How many people would be able if I showed them a picture of Andy Van Slyke would be like, oh yeah, that's Andy Van Slyke, former outfielder for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
No, it's zero people. He has no cultural footprint whatsoever.
Why is he in the commercial with Frank Thomas? Like Frank Thomas, Hall of Fame baseball player, pretty iconic, physically looking person. Yeah. I would imagine that many people in the eugenics target audience, which is not me. It's more of the Lanza category.
Listen, my boners are strong.
You'll like it too. But so Frank Thomas, Doug Flutie, not as famous as Frank Thomas, but pretty famous college football player. He's really famous locally here. He's still on TV fairly regularly. I think he does the Notre Dame games. Like, okay, Doug Flutie, pretty famous. And then it's like, oh, and Andy Van Slyke is here. Yeah. If his name was not under, like,
no one would know who he is.
Even if they said, hey, Andy, I would not think that's Andy Van Slyke. I would like, oh, that's some athlete named Andy, but I have no idea who that is. How did he get that gig?
Even in sports culture, Frank Thomas, again, a Hall of Fame, iconic player from the third biggest
city. And they know that.
America.
He anchors these commercials.
Right. Doug Flutie is part of the sports culture in this country because of the Hail Mary play and all of that. And
he's a somewhat memorable NFL career, if not super
he's
successful.
He's also a somebody. Andy Van Slyke is absolutely not a somebody, even in the sports. There's probably pretty big sports fans of a certain age who have no clue who Andy Van Slyke is.
I know very little about Andy Van Slyke. Yeah. And again, I'm
not
a
big sports fan.
Right, but I'm not the Nugenics target audience. The people that are the Nugenics target audience are more likely to have been like 20 when Andy Van Slyke was making his major league debut.
That's true. So Nugenics is selling their product to people exclusively like over 40, over 50. They would have a better chance of knowing who Andy Van Slyke is, but I still don't think that they view Andy Van Slyke as some iconic figure from their youth.
Like, was Darren Dalton not around for that role? Like, how did they end? Like,
listen, Bill Simmons, Darren Dalton's dead. So
is he
that
really?
Would be a problem. Yeah. Well, yes.
Wow. I didn't know that. Was Ellis Burks not around? Was Tom Bernansky not around for this interview? How psyched was Andy Van Slyke's agent when he got that call? Like, to tell Andy Van Slyke, like, guess what? We got you an advertising gig on a national advertisement. You're gonna be back. Like, I wonder if he's landed any other gigs even remotely related to this commercial.
I'm pretty sure Darren Dalton died of like a a brain tumor or something too. It was a very terrible death.
Well, didn't Gary Carter die of a brain?
Yeah. Maybe it's the catching gear.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, so Darren Dalton died in 2017.
Was it like a brain tumor or something? If I
don't know.
recall?
When do you think they filmed those Nugenix commercials? Though he could have.
That's true. They could have been.
I don't know how sick he was. He could have been in rough shape. Anyway, that was off topic. I knew that was going to happen, but I saw the Nugenix commercial and I thought I had to bring that up to Joe because how on earth is it like in here?
I know I've told this story before, but I took a boner pill once. We got it as a gag, and it was terrifying. This was a skin ripping boner. I mean, this boner was so rigid and so hard and so enormous that it was a little scary. And, I did get like the pulsating temples and I got a little sweaty and
like you feel like your heart rate is going up to a dangerous degree.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. I didn't so much have the heart, but I was definitely sweaty and my temples were throbbing and the boner was a little scary. It was more firmness than any man needs. And now did TLB and I take full advantage of that? You bet we did. But it was a slightly terrifying experience. Did we go back to the well? Yes, we did. But I did get, she acquired half a Viagra once and brought it home. And I was like, I don't know the fucking.
How's your wife? How does she get half a Viagra? Did you find it on the street? Like
I asked her, I said, how did you get half of Viagra? I'm like, first of all, how did you not get a whole Viagra? And she's like, well, one of my friends gave this to me because her husband gets this black market Viagra from Mexico. And he says one pill is too much. So she gave me half a pill. I'm like, black market from a foreign country? Like you want me to ingest this thing after what the Rhino 5000 did to me? Because the first thing that we fucked around with was like a gas station boner pill, the ones that
which I'm surprised it worked, to be honest.
Me too. Like I was like, I swallowed it as a gag. I'm like, all right, I'll take this thing. Haha. And then I had a boner that terrified me.
All of a sudden,
and then I did a little.
There was no blood rushing to your head because it was all going.
No, it was all my dick. And then I did a little research, and you know what they do with those things when they manufacture them? They're not FDA approved. And what they do is like
I think I know what they do.
Every 10th pill or so, they will put the drug that is used for Viagra or Cialis illegally, every 8th or 10th pill. So if you're luck of the draw, if you get like the pill that's laced with the real drugs, you're going to get a skin ripping boner. The other 7 pills, it's just all this concoction of herbs that don't do anything and it doesn't work. But they figure every 8th or 10th customer that gets the real deal is going to be like a customer for life because they're going to be like, oh shit, that thing really fucking worked. Then the FDA inevitably catches up to them, catches on to what they're doing. They close down their LLC and then they start over again. And that's why you see like Rhino 1000, Rhino 5000, Rhino 10,000. They just market it under a new name after the Food and Drug Administration catches them. This is what I discovered in my research. So this one random pill that we bought at the fucking novelty shop ended up being the real deal, and it was more boner than any man is ever going to need. Is my point. I did end up taking the half of Viagra, and that gave me the heart thing that you're talking about, and it scared me, and I'll never take one again until I need to.
Probably
if I stop having boners, I'll take anything to get a boner. Like, make no mistake. Like you could tell me, it's going to shave 8 minutes off of the end of my life. And I'm like, you know what? The boner is going to be worth it because Joe Lanza will never stop fucking. But because I'm not currently having trouble with boners, the half of Viagra it felt like my heart was going to bust out of my chest. And I was like, this is not worth it because I can just get a normal boner. I don't need the 10% stronger boner if there's a chance I'm going to die mid-thrust. You understand what I'm saying?
What works probably 100% of the time is Nugenix. Do you think we could get Andy Van Slyke to appear on a podcast?
I heard like that Nugenix shit and those other ones you see on TV. I heard like those testosterone boosters. Like I'm told they like are just total scams, but
they're totally aimed at like various men who are experiencing natural processes of aging, like having less energy and being more tired, and they're reaching out to and basically all these commercials are like aimed at a certain demographic. That's like, what's going on with this country? Remember when men were men? Remember when people worked at the steel mill for 12 hours a day? Don't you wish to go back to that? Aren't you too tired?
Had boners of steel. Yes.
Sitting in your lame office chair with your soft hands and your weak handshake. Have this, you're suffering from low T. Take this. Anyway.
There's in the porn industry, there's a lot of the female porn stars specifically will not work with male co-stars who use dick pills because they don't like how that they don't like the type of boner that it gives these guys, and they don't like the extra the way the demeanor that the way it changes their co-stars demeanors. So there's a lot of female porn starlets who will only work with natural men as well. That's a thing too.
Joe, you're 100% a liar because Frank Thomas told me specifically she'll like it too.
Well,
so how do you counter that?
I will counter that because Frank Thomas is specifically talking to guys who are having trouble getting boners. So their wives are extremely frustrated. So if you get the Nugenics, you're going to get boners and you're going to be able to fuck your wife again. And that's why she's going to like it too, because she hasn't been boned with anything other than a limp 40%er, since you turned 40. That's basically what he's saying when he says she'll like it too.
It's crazy to me that Frank Thomas, who was very adamant about not using steroids and thinking all the guys that use steroids were cheaters, and after he hit his 500th home run, he cut a whole promo burying everyone and saying how he did it the right way. And then flash forward, and he's the one hawking testosterone pills. I don't see Barry Bonds doing that.
I think it takes a man who's very secure in his manhood to hawk boner medicine, right? Maybe Frank Thomas is just very secure in himself, and he's still laying the pipe with his wife or whoever it is that he's with, and he don't give a fuck. He's cashing the checks.
He's definitely having sex with the people's wives that he interacts with on those commercials.
He's the big hurt, so he better be laying
more like the big hunk. I believe one of the women says that.
You can't call yourself the big hurt and not lay pipe like a champion, right?
I can't imagine. I can't imagine he's not doing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway,
so what match did we leave off on here?
Let's go to Jericho and Sammy. We're working backwards here.
All right, go ahead.
So Jericho and Sammy had this match. Sammy comes out wearing the light up jacket, although it's that Jericho wears, although it's a vest, so it's like his version of the light up jacket. Sammy was wrapped down to the ring. Did you know the rapper who was rapping Sammy down to the ring, Joe?
Yes. So I did some research here. His name is Mount Easy or Mont Easy, M-O-N-T. Mont Easy was the rapper. I did ask our Discord if he has any top 40 hits. And the answer was a definitive no. This is not a man with any top 40 hits. I am told he is one of the hangers-on the Swerve podcast. He's just part of the real life Swerve entourage, not his on-screen entourage. His real life entourage of cronies that hang around with him on the Swerve podcast. That is where Mont Easy came from. And no, he is not a legitimate rap star. And no, he does not have a top 40 hit, which is always my first question.
All right. Thanks for Casey Kasem for letting us know about that. There's never been a good rap performance in the history of rap entrances outside of Max Caster. Did this change your mind?
People are going to disagree strongly with you on that, I believe.
That Caster's raps are actually funny and over, but I'm talking about
I'm saying there are AEW fans who have greatly enjoyed some of the rap performances that have led people to the ring in the company. I think people are going to disagree with you there.
I think almost all live music on a wrestling show is terrible.
I have no use for it. It all fucking stinks. That's what I think.
I liked it when the band sang Wild Thing and then they beat them up at the end.
Yeah, I mean, all these guys should get beat up, honestly. I mean, I don't need, look, you want to do it for a WrestleMania. I can tolerate it then. That I understand. Wrestle Kingdom, you want to do the big entrance. But do I need Mont Easy rapping Sammy Guevara down to the ring? A man that doesn't even have a top 40 hit? Absolutely not.
So they had this match. It's an interesting match in terms of Jericho tried to do absolutely everything in this match, and there was a lot of sloppiness. There was a few really obvious spots, including a spot where Jericho went for his patented springboard drop kick to the apron, but Sammy was supposed to catch him with a super kick, and he just didn't even come close on it. There's a few other kind of sloppiness. Jericho one day is going to decapitate himself on the Lion Salt. He's getting his rotation is getting slower and slower, and the distance off the ground he's getting is lower and lower. I don't know how much more he can do that. The match ended clean. Sammy went for the shooting star press, and Jericho caught him with a codebreaker that looked kind of good. It was one of those things where it was obviously a very difficult spot to do really well. So Jericho didn't really get all of the codebreaker, but the crowd popped big for it. Sammy sold like he died. Jericho beat him, and then they do this post-match angle where they do the whole handshake. Sammy gives Jericho a low blow, turning heel, and Callis comes out, got mega heat when Callis came out to kind of join hands with Sammy Guevara and lead him to the back. People were mentioning that this was very similar to the WrestleMania 19 match Jericho had with Shawn Michaels, where obviously Chris Jericho turned on Shawn Michaels post-match with the low blow. What did you think of this match, Joseph?
I disagree. I thought the finish was fantastic. I thought it was perfectly timed. The shooting star press.
I thought it looked pretty good too. For all things considered, it's such a difficult spot to hit.
Oh, I thought, yeah, like there was messiness to this match. There's no doubt about it. But I thought the finish was perfectly timed and pretty incredible. And then the post-match stuff where Sammy, they do the hug, and something's going to happen because the announcers are making too big of a deal of the hug. So it's just a matter of who's going to attack who. And it was Sammy who punches Jericho in the dick, and then Don Callis comes down and leaves with Sammy, which was over with the fans. I don't think they saw that coming. And do you hear all of that? Both of these animals are wreaking havoc right now.
Nope, I hear nothing. I just hear the dulcet tones of Joe Lanza.
Then I'm just going to ignore it too until something breaks. Don Callis with Sammy, I think is a good pairing. And I think that, and then they did the segment later where they passed Daniel Garcia in the hallway, and it looked like Sammy and Garcia were going to come to blows. But Callis, he's trying to recruit Garcia. So, he made sure that cooler heads prevailed. And
Callis
whole
said
Don
he's
Callis
money,
thing,
specifically.
Yes, he said he's money. That's right. And this whole Don Callis is kind of like the old school.
He's like Bobby Heenan.
Heel. Right. He's like the top heel manager in the promotion. And I just think it works because he gets mega heat from the fans. He's a great talker, and he's building a stable, and I kind of like it.
And he has like different feuds going on that are wholly different from one another. Like he's got this Jericho feud that's continuing, and he's also heavily involved in the Omega feud. And it does feel like
that's old school.
There was a point where I want to say it's WrestleMania 5 where Bobby Heenan, he just had too much going on. Like he was literally involved in every single match coming to the ring. I think he even had a match himself because he wrestled Terry Taylor. And it was like, that's like a little too much, but I like the idea of he's involved in a lot of different heels, and there's a lot of different people in the company that can use him, especially Sammy Guevara, because my issue with this match, which I thought was a pretty good match, in the whole build to the match and everything like that, is that I think Sammy's character has been booked so poorly and so inconsistently throughout his AEW career that it's really hard to really feel invested in a Chris Jericho Sammy Guevara match, because Sammy's been babyface heel, awkward fit as a babyface. He's been in and out of kind of Jericho's graces at various times. So it's hard to feel that invested in him, but a strong heel turn with Callis, now aligned with Don Callis, who will obviously do a lot of the talking and stuff like that. I think that puts Sammy on a strong track to succeed at what he's good at, which is being a smarmy mid-card heel that works very hard and takes a lot of bumps. He's probably never going to be a top guy. I don't think he's ever going to be a top babyface, despite Tony Khan's insistence that that's something that can happen.
Nope.
But I think this is a really strong direction for him to go in terms of getting his career and his character into a strong position going forward. That's a good fit for him.
Yeah, he's much better off as a heel, and I love the Don Callis stuff. And I just feel like, look, I knew there was going to be an angle. I knew the end result of this match was going to be some type of angle. I didn't even think it mattered necessarily who won. It was all going to come down to what angle are they going to do? How is that going to play out? Jericho wins clean, which ends up making all kinds of sense 60 seconds later when they do the angle, because Sammy's the one who does the turn. So Jericho winning clean makes sense for the story, because the whole story coming into the match was Sammy trying to prove that he too is a top guy, right? Mm-hmm. He loses clean, and that frustration, he turns on Jericho. So it made sense for Jericho to win for the story that they ultimately ended up telling. I have to say, and I have to squeeze this in before I forget, because we only have one match left and we're winding down the segment. I do think that the booking right now in AEW, now that we've moved past All Out and All In, it feels so much more focused. And it feels to me like there's clear directions now, and things are logically leading to the next. This is the most focused the booking has been overall in the company, even with the storylines I don't like. Okay. I feel like this is the most focused and deliberate and logical, and the booking has been in all of 2023. I don't know how far back I'd have to go to find another period where all of the booking felt this focused, but definitely not this calendar year. What do you think of that?
I talked about this a little bit on my podcast with Trevor Dame that we did last week, but I agree. I think, you get through All In and All Out and everything that was associated with that, and you get to these last few weeks of television, and I have two thoughts. The first is, because they have to build Grand Slam quickly coming out of All Out, and then they also have to build Wrestle Dream, which is, 10 days away, 11 days away. There's no time to waste in terms of every television show has to be productive in moving stories forward, which is why we've gotten Dynamites where stuff of consequence happens, Rampage where stuff of consequence happens, Collision, obviously stuff of consequence happens. We've had the tournament matches, we've had, tag matches set up, Grand Slam and Wrestle Dream and whatever we're trying to set up. There's been no time to waste because they have such a tight schedule and when they need to build things, which I think is leading to a more coherent vision. I also think the fact that CM Punk obviously had a huge role in creative and Collision and supposedly had nothing to do with Dynamite. And I think that it's probably not a coincidence that CM Punk has left the company and they're able to kind of execute storylines on Dynamite and Collision. It seems like those shows are more connected and therefore more stuff is happening and the booking is more logical. I don't think
not only is there more synergy between Wednesdays and Saturdays, but also CM Punk's sort of schizophrenic booking is no longer an issue, where his booking was very unfocused.
The presentation of himself was very unfocused.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean when I say the booking of CM Punk, which was largely driven by CM Punk, was very, it had, like you're saying, the focus was all over the place. So you're not only removing that from the equation, but now because the shows don't have to be as segregated as they were, like you just said, now there's more synergy between the three shows as well.
Yeah, and it's helping get things on track. And I think it's very interesting to me that it felt like All In and All Out was a mess building up to it because it was awkward for the two shows to be built kind of at the same time. But I feel like the way that they built Grand Slam and now Wrestle Dream, it feels much more coherent. And at the end of the show, right before the main event, and they kind of rattled off, here's the card for the 2-hour Rampage, here's the card for Collision next week, and here are like 3 or 4 matches that are happening on Wrestle Dream. I was like, damn, this is impressive. They got everything queued up for the next 2 weeks in terms of what their big focus is. And after that, I'm sure they'll have some time to start building up Full Gear. It doesn't look like, MJF is going to have a title. They're going to have a tag. It looks like they're going to face the winner of this Rampage tag.
The Kingdom probably, yeah.
You think it's going to be the Kingdom? You don't think it's going to be the Righteous?
Well, I mean, again, we're recording this segment on Wednesday and everybody already knows the answer. So that's I don't know if we should spend a lot of time.
I really want it to be the Righteous.
Yeah. I mean, the Kingdom makes sense. I mean, listen, I will snap my fingers all along.
I unironically think the Righteous are great.
I like them too. And they always over deliver.
I thought the whole balloon guy storyline with Matt Taven. I know no one was watching Ring of Honor when this was happening. I thought that was like one of the best long-term, like executed storylines in like American wrestling in the last like 10 years.
Nothing was spookier than those balloons rising to the ceiling and you knew balloon guy was coming. They got to bring that back.
They blew that off with that cage match. The whole idea of like Vincent losing his mind and Matt Taven not realizing it because he was so obsessed with retaining his champion. I'm a Matt Taven guy. Like I'm also the one person in the world that liked the ladder match at the Madison Square Garden show. So
I didn't hate that match either. I didn't hate it either.
People get all mad about the placement on the card and things like that, and I understand that people there were not necessarily there to see that match, but that was a match where the guys worked super hard and.
It was. I'm the high man on that card overall. I came away from that card. I remember leaving the building thinking I saw an incredible show and tweeting about it. And people were like, you're out of your mind. That show sucked. And I was surprised.
No, you were right, Joe.
That was a great show.
I'm a Matt Taven respecter.
And I thought that was one of the best Okada Jay White matches. And people didn't seem really to like that match as much as me either. I don't know. I had a great time at that show. I thought it was a great show.
Yeah, we're spoiled. You're spoiled if you think that was a bad show.
Maybe because I had those great seats that I didn't have until 10 minutes before the show started, which annoys Rich Craich to no end.
I was supposed to go
sitting up in the
I was supposed to go to that show. I had my train ticket and my ticket to that show, and I ended up having to cover an election at the last second. That was really boring.
Cover an election. Jeez.
Yeah. Anyway, I want to mention real quick, Christian had a promo, which was of course great. He called out Darby Allin where he challenged him to a 3-way match versus him and Luchasaurus for the TNT title, which is essentially going to be booked like a handicap match, I'm sure. But
yeah, that was the whole idea. Like he even literally said, he slipped and said, you're going to have trouble in this handicap match. Oh, I mean 3-way.
He, and obviously the interesting wrinkle, I guess, is in the sense that Christian himself is not the actual TNT champion. Luchasaurus is.
The speculation is that Edge is finally going to get involved with this 3-way, this pseudo 3-way match, which is actually a handicap match.
Darby needs to stay away from Edge. I'll start by saying that. Christian said that Darby has as much of a chance to win this title as the Yankees and the Mets do to win the World Series this year. And Taz audibly said, "Come on," in the middle of the promo, which I thought was hilarious.
Yeah, big Mets fan.
And then Christian punctuated the promo by saying, "Make sure to bring the boy," obviously referring to Nick Wayne. This guy's amazing.
Oh, I thought he was referring to my son. I got a little scared there. The boy. The Mets, according to Fangraphs, the Mets do in fact have a 0% chance of winning the World Series.
Are they mathematically eliminated yet? I will tell you this in 1 second. They are not mathematically eliminated yet.
No. Neither are the Yankees. I don't think the Yankees are
I mean, the Yankees are 76 and 75.
They're 500. Yeah.
Yeah. So they are actually, it appears that they are 5 games out of the wild card slot.
With like 9 left or something. So
yes, with a lot of teams in front of them.
Right. I mean, they're both dead, but technically still mathematically.
I'm sorry, there's 7 games out of the wild card spot.
So they'll be eliminated tomorrow.
And the Mets, despite being 11 games under 500, are 9 spots out of the wild card spot. Tough day for your Reds, huh?
Rough day that we're talking about 3 days ago when people hear this, but
not a rough day for me, a Hunter Green fantasy owner, but a rough day for your generic Reds fans.
Listen, he did it. He shoved. He did what an ace is supposed to do, right? 14 strikeouts. So, Cubs lost, Marlins lost. So it wasn't all bad, but nothing gained. That's for sure. We're going to sweep the Pirates though this weekend. So
I hope so. Lastly, you want to talk about this Eddie Kingston versus Claudio Castagnoli match?
No, of course I do.
This match ruled. And I loved the way that the show started, which is we're going on the air and we're going to have this ultra serious match. And immediately, the hot crowd, Eddie Kingston coming out, crowd being super into him. It just made this show, the whole Grand Slam event, feel big and important, and that if you just happen to turn this on, like, this is something you have to keep watching, because I thought this was the perfect match to open the show. And these guys went out and they had pretty much like the perfect match for what these guys should have had. They just beat the fuck out of each other. Great back and forth match. Eddie's selling was great. His firing up against Claudio. The conflict between these two is so believable. It's kind of interesting in how they built this match, where it's like pseudo built on the idea that like Claudio like didn't do a booking, which is obviously breaking kayfabe, but also kind of presented it as in like Claudio was afraid of Eddie, which is obviously within kayfabe. But to me, Claudio is so convincing as the arrogant bully, and Eddie is obviously convincing as the underdog babyface. And I love both guys were so super serious when walking to the ring. You know the joke that you and Rich talk about like the Miz coming out and doing his little twirl when he's supposed to be like having a blood feud with Bray Wyatt.
The spinning point.
The spinning point. And
I came to play.
Rhea Ripley doing like the stomp when she's supposed to be making a save and all this stuff like that. How ridiculous these people are when they're supposed to be in like this blood feud and they're still doing all their, signature dances and things like that. This is like the complete opposite. Both these guys come out super serious. Did you notice that Claudio, did you notice what he was wearing?
No.
So his tights were very clearly Misawa green, which is obviously in contrast to Eddie Kingston's Kawada colors. I do not think that was
Look at you fucking Deep Puro nerd. Nice catch. I didn't even notice that.
Hey, the famous Misawa versus Kawada match, June 3rd, 1994. That match,
may have heard of it.
That match took place one day after I was born. It's the first wrestling match I surely ever saw was that match. I'm sure I was watching it as a 1 day year old.
You're on the tape trading circuit already, huh? You were getting your tapes from Jeff Lynch in the diapers. Okay, right. I can buy it.
Anyway, I did think, as much as I did like that, it's not necessary and I don't want this to sound like a WWE thing, but because the promos have been so strong for this, especially on Eddie's side, I would have maybe liked to have seen an Eddie promo before this match, even if it was a little like kind of what they do on Collision, where someone cuts like a 30-second promo before the show even starts. It's kind of the cold open. That's the only thing I would really change about this. Everything else was pretty much perfect.
Yeah, I mean, Eddie took the long beating, which was perfect for the story. And then he had his comebacks that always ended up getting thwarted, right? So there was the one where he got the near fall in the backslide, and then he hit an enziguri, and he hit the 2 backdrop drivers, and he got another near fall. But then Claudio would take over again, right? And then Claudio would go for the Ricolo bomb, and Eddie would counter it with a very sloppy looking Rana. But do you really want Eddie Kingston doing clean looking Ranas, right? Like, it works for him to do a sloppy looking Rana, right? And then he would get another near fall. And then Claudio, I think, finally did hit the Ricola bomb, and Eddie just straight up kicked out of it. And then, he hit the back fist and the Northern Lights bomb and another back fist. And then he hit the power bomb, which he told Kawada. Kawada told him to use a power bomb at the pay-per-view, and he didn't do it. And I guess he chose to save it for this moment, and he ended up winning with it, and he won the title with that. So another little nod to Kawada there at the finish. And yeah, notebook match, easy.
Every wrestler
for Kingston winning the ROH title.
I think every wrestler should be modeled after Toshiaki Kawada, personally.
I have no problem with that. That'd be great.
Yeah, and I remember Eddie said that story because Eddie talked to Kawada. I think it was a Starcast. They did like a thing together or something like that.
Yeah, they did like a live podcast, one of those deals. Yeah,
and I know Eddie said that like Kawada told him to do a power bomb, and Eddie said he doesn't think he does a good looking power bomb. It's not really like in his arsenal, but he obviously did it here. I'll say that, like, I've thought about this pretty much his entire time, but especially since he joined the Blackpool Combat Club. I think this is like the perfect use of Claudio, and something that has largely eluded him through most of his career, obviously in WWE, where he really isn't a top guy. I just think he's missing that level of charisma that you need to have in your top guy. But he's so perfectly positioned, especially in a company like AEW, which has a smaller roster in general, as like this big jockish varsity athlete that has a level of arrogance to him, and he's protected when they do the mixed tag, the 6-man tags or the tag teams. He's always protected in those. He's always presented as the heavy that lays the beat down on the Blackpool Combat Club's opponents. And I just think he's really hit his stride in AEW and just being that kind of complete entity that he can be, because he's so talented in the ring and he's got such a convincing look and he's so good at wrestling, various different styles and fitting into matches. I just feel like he comes across really, really well, and he's never going to be a top guy, but his run in AEW, I think, has been outstanding and kind of gone under the radar, in my opinion, in terms of guys that are just kind of perfect fits for the company and perfect at what they do.
Yeah, I could have a lot of gripes with how Tony Khan has booked a lot of people, not him. I think he's been booked to perfection and utilized to emphasize all of his strengths. So I completely agree. I think you make an excellent point with that. And his work has been great, and he's been everything. He's done everything that he's been asked to do to perfection. So I completely agree. So now Eddie Kingston, double champ, whatever politics that will entail, because Tony Khan's not going to want him losing a match in New Japan now as ROH World Champion. So hopefully New Japan didn't plan on Eddie losing that title for some time, because he's going to have to hold it at least until he loses the ROH title. I'd be very surprised. Tony Khan, even when his non-champions and his mid-card people work indie shows, he won't let them lose. So I don't think he's going to let his ROH champion lose. But, it's this was, you knew at some point Eddie Kingston was going to win a big title match in this building on this show, and they pulled the trigger here. And it was a nice little moment, and it was an excellent match, and it was a great way to start off the show.
Yeah, he was so over as a babyface. He's always over as a babyface, but here in particular, in front of that crowd, he was perfect.
Yeah, for sure.
But
any other thoughts on the Grand Slam?
I just thought it was
thoughts, overall thoughts.
I just thought it was a really strong show. I think you look at what I would consider 3 very, very good singles matches between Y2J and Sammy, the Claudio and Eddie match, and then the main event, and then the Phoenix and Moxley match obviously had its issues. But just think about pre-Dynamite, or AEW never exists. How many 2-hour wrestling shows would give you 3 singles matches as good as what we saw tonight?
What was your question?
Like pre-Dynamite, pre-AEW's existence.
Yeah.
How many 2-hour wrestling shows would you see that would present 3 singles matches as good as Claudio versus Eddie, Jericho versus Sammy, and then the main event tonight?
Yeah, look, this wasn't, that's the thing. And I think that's the point you're making. This wasn't one of the best Dynamites ever, I don't think. But the point is, you can have a Dynamite with very high quality matches like this one had, and have it not be one of the best Dynamites ever, when historically there's not a lot of 2-hour wrestling shows that give you shows this good. So, from that standpoint, I totally understand what you're saying. Look, I thought this was a good show. It wasn't perfect. The Mox match fell apart. The women's thing wasn't for me. And I don't think I think Jericho Sammy was quite as good as you think it was. I thought it was a good match that had some sloppy moments. But yeah, I thought that the opener and the main event were legitimately great TV matches. And, this is what I wish Dynamite would. This was such a no-nonsense Dynamite. There were 5 matches on this show, and basically no other segments. There was very limited pre-tapes and there was no backstage stuff. There was a couple pre-tapes that all were just building the matches on this show. There were no long extended promo segments. This was like an all killer, no filler Dynamite when it came to bell to bell action.
It was basically like a pay-per-view.
Yeah, like a mini pay-per-view. And you don't, Dynamite, and it didn't feel like the typical Dynamite where they're just such in a rush to get to the next thing all of the time either. All of these matches had a chance to breathe, and so it was a unique Dynamite from that standpoint. And, I think that the Grand Slams should feel and look different than the other typical Dynamites, because this is kind of their big Dynamite of the year, so to speak. So I thought this was a really good show. And the fact that it isn't what I would consider an upper echelon all-time Dynamite really does speak to the historical quality of Dynamite. For all the griping I've done this year, I have been very consistent in saying that I still think Dynamite is still pound for pound the greatest wrestling television show that has ever existed.
Yeah,
Not even pound for pound, it just is.
It compared to everything else, for the most part, and people can point to their favorite year of WCW Saturday Night, or a year Impact was really good, or a year of Raw or SmackDown. But I don't think anything is close to just the in-ring quality alone to make it worthwhile your time to watch. As Dynamite. And I think I realized this when I was talking to a Cubs fan a couple of weeks ago. He was talking about how CMLL, and I'm sure you're either have or will talk about the 90th anniversary show. But CMLL really has gotten hot, largely because their booking has evolved slightly, and they went from basically having very passive, not particularly interesting booking to doing a few minor things like elevating some new talent and moving on from some other talent and things that are kind of typical, but because CMLL hadn't really done that in a while, it feels so fresh and exciting. And I think the same thing kind of happened in WWE when Triple H took over last year in terms of doing some slight things differently, really reinvigorated the fan base, because when you're booking a wrestling promotion and when you're presenting a product, you're really only presenting it to the standard that you have already established. And I think with AEW, I think part of the reason you see, I think, a lot more criticism from the fan base than when the company first started was because we're now working against a standard that they have set for themselves. And even the discussion that we had earlier on this program when we talked about how AEW's identity and how it's shifting more towards being WWE-like, and that wasn't the case when you first started. That's just an example of AEW is now working against the very high standard that it has set for itself, as opposed to when it first started, when it was working against the standard of whatever WWE was doing, which was extremely low, especially in that time period. And I think going forward, that's the way AEW, that's the bar that AEW has to clear. It's the same thing I said at the start of the show when we were talking about attendance, but it's true for the quality of the product as well. The bar is now really high because it's been established really high, because you're having, as you said, the greatest wrestling program in terms of weekly television to ever exist. And it's going to be a real challenge for AEW to continue to hit that standard as people age out, injuries happen, you have backstage drama, Tony Khan maybe gets burned out as the decision maker. All of these things are going to end up happening and have happened already in some cases. And that is the standard that AEW has set, and that's the standard they're going to need to hit. And even a show like Grand Slam, like I know people were saying like, 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10. I said, really? Like, when else have we seen like a television show that's this good? And it's really just because Dynamite standard is so high, in my opinion.
Well said. Jesse Collings, Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast, WrestleNomics, NFL Intelligentsia. Any other plugs? You want to plug the shoot job?
No.
Just
know that I'm very, very successful in the real world.
Very successful. You wouldn't believe how successful.
I know. I did just say that I couldn't get out of covering a small local election to go to New York City for Madison Square Garden. But
was it at least a mayor or something?
No.
Or was it like
no?
Oh no! Oh
yeah.
no! It wasn't like some school board election, was it?
Yeah, maybe may or may not have been the library board of trustees.
Oh gee! Oh boy! All right. Well, the bills have to be paid, as they say.
Yes.
So, who says that? I don't know why I said "as they say."
As they say.
The bills just have to be paid. No one needs to say that. The bills must be paid. So,
correct.
Anyway, that's Jesse Collings. That's Grand Slam. And we are back after this. All right, we're back. One thing I forgot to bring up earlier in the show when I was talking about the WWE cuts, and specifically when I was talking about Brendan Williams, a.k.a. Mace and Mansoor, was the Maximum Male Models, which, I mean, was just a horrendously bad gimmick. And the Maximum Male Models was so bad that it was the kind of gimmick where it can really tell you a lot about someone's taste if they were praising it. Because there were people, when they rolled out the maximum male models, who were trying to claim that that was some kind of good gimmick or entertaining gimmick or something that was, when it was very obvious right from the start that it was going to be an absolute bomb and curtail the careers of every single person involved with it. I mean, it was just utterly awful in every single way. And it was so bad, in fact, that this current LA Knight run that we're seeing nearly didn't happen because LA Knight, who came up to the main roster and was as Max Dupree or whatever it was as part of the the male, he was the agent or for Mansoor and Mace or whatever the role was supposed to be. He hated it so much that he nearly left the company over it. And this current run that he's on, which is the greatest run of his career, nearly never happened because the maximum male models were so bad. And that doesn't mean that Brennan Williams and Mansoor didn't put everything they had into it, because I think that they did. They tried to make, the proverbial, chicken soup out of chicken shit. But that was so bad. And that's really, a trend with, with a lot of these cuts. They just, the maximum male models was just a horrendously bad gimmick. Madcap Moss was just a total dead end. I mean, you can't go anywhere with that. And and gimmicks like this are so bad that they can completely derail your career, because you run the risk of people associating you with these gimmicks for the rest of your life. So it's kind of a dangerous thing from that standpoint. And we kind of talked about this, with Jesse, a few minutes ago, and when we got into the Tony Storm stuff. Sometimes it's kind of a tricky deal. A wacky gimmick can give you TV time. It can get you on TV. It might even get you a little pusheroo, right? But with these low ceiling gimmicks, there's a double-edged sword, and the rub could be that, I don't know if being typecasted is the right word, but being unable to shake the goofy gimmick and unable to use the push that you receive for some short-term gimmick that amuses the right people as a launching pad, and instead it can end up being a detriment to your career. It's entirely possible that Madcap Moss, even though it got Riddick Moss on TV and it got him a push, it's entirely possible that that's also why he was released today. Because they didn't know where to go from there, and fans couldn't take him seriously anymore. It's entirely possible that's the reason that guys like Riddick Moss and Mansoor and Brennan Williams have been cut from the company. What got them television time and what earned them a push, a mild mid-card push, could also be the thing that ultimately sunk them in the end. And it's just that weird sort of pro wrestling thing where it's, is it worth it to take the short-term push if it could potentially have long-term consequences on your career? But anyway, let's move on. We've got to review the CMLL 90th anniversary show, which was an excellent show. It took place on the 16th of September on pay-per-view. If there's a will, there's a way. If you want to track down this show, you can probably find a way to do so. It's out there. It's floating around. You might have to hop on a pirate ship, but you can find the show if you really want to find the show. And it was a very good show. I've seen some reviews that have called it a great show. I'm not trying to be Captain Buzzkill. And look, I've been a cheerleader for CMLL all year. So, we all know how much I've been promoting CMLL this year because it's been great. And I really do think that CMLL has a real case for promotion of the year. If you're somebody who thinks that AEW's booking has been really spotty this year, despite the great pay-per-views, and maybe you don't think the TV is as good as usual, and maybe the CM Punk stuff just wore you down to the nub, and you can't, in good conscience vote AEW Promotion of the Year, I get it. If you're someone who just dislikes WWE's style of pro wrestling, or you have moral issues with Vince McMahon, or something like today where 30 plus people lose their jobs on the day that they signed a $1.5 billion television contract, and you don't want to vote for WWE for any of those reasons for Promotion of the Year, I get it. If you think New Japan is in a rebuilding year and, don't have their, foot all the way on the gas and they're not having a vintage New Japan year, and you're not into Sonata's title reign, and even if you acknowledge that it's good that this has been a year of establishing new talents, that maybe this hasn't been New Japan's best year, and if you can't overlook the fact that they're not all the way back from a business standpoint, and you can't punch the Chad for New Japan for Promotion of the Year, once again, I get it. So, there might be some of you out there who, are having trouble identifying a Promotion of the Year for 2023 for all of those reasons I've laid out for the top promotions in the world. And maybe you're someone who thinks AAA sucks and acknowledge that they're also having problems drawing, and that's probably most of you, so I certainly get that if you want to throw AAA in the mix as well. Maybe you think that Game Changer Wrestling peaked 2 years ago, and, it's just, hopping along is maybe the top indie in the United States, but it would be preposterous to call it something like the Promotion of the Year, and Impact really is just, at a certain level and can't escape it, and the NWA had Tyrus on top all year, and MLW, no one even has zero buzz at this point, and no one ever talks about it anymore, and Pro Wrestling Noah's business has gone straight into the tank, post Muto's retirement, and All Japan is having some good matches, and they're pushing some new people, but their business is starting to maybe make some strides, but they're not exactly all the way back yet, and maybe you're bored out of your mind when you try to watch Dragon Gate the way I'm bored out of my mind when I try to watch Dragon Gate, and you're thinking, Joe, where do I turn for a Promotion of the Year? There's no obvious choice. And I think CMLL has a real good case if you're someone who doesn't feel like any of these other promotions deserve that vote. Arena Mexico is packed every Friday night. They've been selling out Puebla. So, from a business standpoint, we've had full buildings. We had full buildings, a full building for this anniversary show. 16, 17, 18,000 people, however many people were in there. They have elevated new stars this year. Think about where people like Templario or Soberano Jr. or even someone like Stephanie Vakir. Look at where they were in the beginning of the year, and now look at where they are now in September. Look at what Rocky Romero has done this year as a foreign Rudo coming in and mixing it up with all the top guys. Look at the strides that Teton has made this year. So they have successfully elevated some new stars. They've had great shows. They've had match of the year caliber matches. They rank high on the buzzometer this year. They have everything you look for in a Promotion of the Year. So if you feel like you have nowhere to turn, why not a vote for CMLL for Promotion of the Year? I'm thinking about it because I've got a lot of reasons not to vote for all of these other promotions that I just talked about. And I can't think of many reasons not to vote for CMLL. Would it maybe be a vote of attrition to some extent? Because everybody else keeps tripping on their own dicks? Possibly. But what's the difference? There's not a lot of negatives to CMLL's resume this year, where I can poke holes in the resumes of all of these other promotions. And look, maybe you're still as much in love with AEW as you were 2 years ago, and maybe you just can't overlook the piles of money that WWE generates, or maybe you love New Japan's new direction and the fact that they're pushing new stars and think that they've bounced back great from the pandemic. And look, those are all valid reasons. Look, I get it. People are going to vote for those promotions, and I understand why. But me, the more I think about it, I see a lot of reasons not to vote for a lot of these other places, and I can't poke a lot of holes in the resume of CMLL. Now, with all of that said, as I have just touted CMLL for Pro Wrestling Promotion of the year 2023, I don't think I loved this anniversary show as much as some other people did. It's sitting at a 9.08 at Cage Match. I've seen some reviews. I saw people reacting in real time. It's got show of the year buzz. This has show of the year buzz. Not for me. I don't think this, I thought this was a good show that I can't call a great show, and I certainly don't think it's in the same neighborhood as some of the AEW pay-per-views this year and some of the other great shows that I've seen this year. But it was a really good show. My problem, and I guess it's not a problem because I legitimately enjoyed every single match on this show, but this might be the hot take of this week's flagship. I didn't think there was a great match on this show. I thought there were a lot of good matches on the show. And I know that a lot of you were screaming at your devices because there's a couple of matches on this show that I know people thought were great. The Volador Jr. Angel de Oro hair versus hair match, which emanated out of the tag bout. See, what they did is they had Averno and Ultimo Guerrero against Angel de Oro and Volador Jr. These were enemies teaming with each other, where it's the gimmick where the winning team then moves on to have a singles match, hair versus hair. Okay? So the idea is you have to coexist and get along with your hated enemy in order to have an opportunity to then take their hair, right? So Angel de Oro and Volador Jr. win the match and move on to the hair versus hair singles match. Averno and Ultimo Guerrero, who I were hoping would win, because, you know, I wanted to see those two guys go at it for their hair, but you know, they then immediately turn to fisticuffs after they lose and start beating the shit out of each other. I mean, you know, the tag match itself wasn't anything special, but again, I enjoyed it for, you know, the idea of the drama of, you know, all right, which two guys are going to move on to the hair match. And I was rooting hard for Averno, who's one of my favorite luchadors, and Ultimo Guerrero, who's just as steady as they come and a real backbone of this promotion, and just, you know, sometimes the motivation levels aren't super high for him. He knows when to turn it on and when to turn it off. That, you know, because he's just, you know, super smart in that way. But again, he's just, you know, always a pleasure to watch, when, especially on the Fantasticomania tours. He loves coming to Cork and Hall. He loves coming to Japan. And on a big Arena Mexico show, Ultimo Guerrero, yeah, I mean, you can't beat him. I mean, he's got charisma for days. And, you know, he's just great to watch, and I was hoping that would be the bout, but it ended up being Angel de Oro and Volador Jr. Volador Jr. completely fucks his shoulder. I mean, this guy just fucked his shoulder, and now he's out, so it's a legitimate injury. So he's working this thing, it's taped up. He's fucking working with one arm, and it's just, this was some spectacle, as, you know, he's just trying to do dives with one arm, and they're trying to work spots around the fact that this guy is basically wrestling as a one-armed man, and it was really a sight to behold. And, you know, he makes the dramatic one-armed comeback win, and Angel de Oro has to cut his hair, and man, it was just so much fun. And you know, obviously you don't want anyone to get hurt, but, you know, the injury, let's face it, it absolutely added to the match and added to the drama of the spectacle. So from that standpoint, his unfortunate shoulder injury added to the match. There's no question about it, and made it a more interesting and compelling bout. The main event, of course, was mask versus mask. Templario, Dragon Rojo Jr. and Dragon Rojo Jr. Loses the mask. Look, he's 40 years old. I didn't think there was a chance in hell that Templario was going to lose his mask at this point. You know, he's right here in the beginning stages of the first, you know, gigantic push of his career. And here he is in the main event of the anniversary show taking a mask. You know, it's so great to see. I mean, this promotion has just elevated people, and they're just, all the booking is hitting. the way it should, and they're just peaking right now. They're doing such a great job, and I would just say enjoy it while you can. CMLL, we know they could fall back into their bad habits at any moment. We all know that, but they've got a lot of charismatic stars right now. A lot of them are young and on the come, and Templario is one of them. And it's really funny with mask versus mask matches because they never end up being about the winner. You know that? It's like in kayfabe, you're the winner and the loser removes his mask, and then you get to hold up the mask, and you've humiliated your hated rival in the most humiliating way. You've taken his mask. You've forced him to reveal his identity. It's the essence of Lucha Libre, right? But it's never about you, because all of the emotion in a mask versus mask match, even when it's a hated heel, right? The sympathy always ends up on the loser. And some of them are more emotional than others. They all are, but this one in particular, I mean, this guy, this Dragon Rojo, he was so emotional. And he had his family there, and I couldn't, I don't understand Spanish. I don't know who the people were. Maybe it was his wife and his daughter. Maybe it was sisters. I don't know. But he had a couple of women with him who were obviously family members. And their emotions, the tears flowing from them, and the group hug. And, he takes the mask off, and he has such a great face for wrestling. He's going to be just fine without his mask. I mean, he has a heel's face. He just looks like a heel. And he's had a good year, and probably one of the better years of his career. And, it was time. He's 40 years old. He presumably got the big payoff. And, man, it was just, it's just funny that as soon as these things end, you get the big pop, especially when the babyface wins, and immediately all of the sympathy moves from the winner to and all the sympathy and the spotlight and the focus and the attention immediately move to the loser in these mask matches. And that's such a fascinating dynamic to me, where people, spend the entire match rooting against you, and then they feel for you when it's all over. And it's almost hard for when a heel loses a mask match to remain a heel. It's difficult. Coming at it, it's like, why do you want to root against this guy? After seeing that amazing display of emotion and everything else. And it's crazy when a worked sport can elicit such real emotion. When pro wrestling is great, my God, is it fucking great. And that's why we love it. For shit like this. Because when pro wrestling hits, there's nothing better, man. It's just, I'm not even going to begin to try to describe. It's just a combination of various factors. It's just, it hits like nothing else when it hits. But the rub is when pro wrestling is bad. I don't think, there's nothing worse. It's just such a range. When pro wrestling is bad, there is nothing worse. It's like this mask versus mask match and all the emotion and everything, and you get wrapped up in it. And then something like NXT comes on Tuesday, and it's like the total complete opposite. Just fake, artificial, fucking garbage-ass horse shit. And it's like, it's the dichotomy of pro wrestling. When it's great, it's the fucking best. And when it's bad, there's nothing worse. So, the rest of the show, I'll circle back to the top. We have our first CMLL Women's Tag Team Champions, Stephanie Vakir and Zeusis. They did defeat the Las Chicas Indomables, the La Chacharita and Juvia. And hopefully I was at least 50% okay on those pronunciations. But I thought the match was okay. A little disjointed, not much of a story to it. Just people doing shit. But it was okay. I'd probably go like 3 stars or something. And as CMLL rolls out their women's tag team titles. Next up was the Copa Independencia final. And that was Esfinge versus Rugido. And again, it was a match. It was a competent pro wrestling match, and Esfinge is the winner, and he wins the Copa deal. And they went about 10 minutes. And again, probably somewhere in the 2.75 to 3-star range for this. But perfectly acceptable undercard match for a show of this magnitude. And then we really got into the business end of stuff with the legends in the 6-man. It was Atlantis, Blue Panther, and Octagon defeating El Satanico, Fuerza Guerrera, and Virus. And, most of the guys in this match, there's people in this match that are, practically in there. Is El Satanico in his 70s? He is 73 years old. I mean, there's a man in this match that's a few years younger than Vince McMahon. And El Satanico, for a 73-year-old man, I don't want to overstate it or anything, but he's just, he's out there taking arm drags, and it's not a farce. Like Dory Funk Jr. over the last, he doesn't get in the ring much anymore, but, 2015, 2016 era Dory Funk Jr., when he would get in the ring, it was a complete farce. When Fujiwara would get in the ring in recent years, it was a complete farce. You can't suspend your disbelief. When Satanico gets in the ring at 73 years old, you can still suspend your disbelief when he's in there with other guys his age. He had a match against Tiger Mask a couple of months ago that I wrote about behind the paywall. And Tiger Mask at a spry young 53, 20 years younger, and El Satanico at 73, and they had a competent pro wrestling match without the qualifier that one guy was 73. It was just a decent match, and Satanico looked okay here too. And, Fuerza Guerrera is not exactly a spring chicken. He's pushing 70. And you had Virus on the Rudo side, and at the spry young age of 54, and he was kind of there to hold the whole thing together, because Octagon is in his 60s, and Blue Panther, who might be, my favorite luchador of all time, he's in his early 60s now. And Atlantis recently turned 60, and he is starting to show, and has over the last couple years been starting to show signs of his age, and you didn't have, the youngest guy in this match was 54 years old, and Virus can still go, especially with the style that he works. And all of these other guys, to varying degrees, are still okay for their age. Fuerza Guerrera is really starting to look bad. Octagon, I think. But the other three, for their ages, are still competent. And it's just, look, it's the third match on the card. It's what I would call, I don't think Virus is a legend. I mean, he's a legend among dorky wrestling fans who appreciate great work. The other 5 guys are legends. And you have Virus in there to hold it together, who's an excellent, excellent technical worker. And this was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the hell out of it. I enjoyed the hell out of watching it because, I knew some of that was tempering expectations, of course, knowing how old these guys are. But some of it was they just had a pretty decent match. This was a shocker to me. I didn't think Lince Dorado and Samurai Del Sol had any chance against Soberano Jr. and Titan. I thought they had no chance. I thought they were special guests. Obviously, Metalik left the company, or this probably would have been a trios match of some type with the whole gimmick of the Lucha House Party coming back together. And when they won the match, I was like, what the fuck? Now listen, I haven't watched much of September's CMLL. I haven't gotten to it yet. And I haven't watched anything, obviously, that has taken place after the anniversary show. So I looked it up, and it looks like Lince Dorado and Samurai Del Sol stuck around, and they've been working Arena Mexico. So now it makes more sense to me. But as someone who didn't know that, I was stunned by the result. I couldn't believe it. And I was like, why would they have these outsiders go over 2 of their bigger stars, on this show? And then I'm thinking all these political things. I'm like, maybe they wouldn't work the show unless they were going over. But then, I look up the results in the ensuing shows, and it looks like they stuck around. So from that standpoint, it makes more sense. But in real time, the result really surprised me. And, Samurai Del Sol was wearing Grand Metalik-like gear. He was wearing that Mascara Dorada gear, like almost as a nod to his pal who recently quit this company on not so great terms, which I thought was interesting. But big upset to me, because I didn't know they were sticking around. And then we had Rocky Romero bringing in TJP and Kevin Knight to take on basically all the Technicos that Rocky has been feuding with this year. Atlantis Jr., Mascara Dorada, the new Mascara Dorada, and Mystico. And what I really wanted to see here was, can Kevin Knight work the style and hang? This is so good for Kevin Knight to work a show like this. And TJP, you don't worry about him. He's worked Mexico many times in his career. TJP is one of the best and most versatile, in terms of being a versatile pro wrestler, he's one of the best in the world. He could do anything. He can go to Arena Mexico and get over as a Rudo. He can go to Mexico and work as a Technico. He can go to Japan and work New Japan, and he can work technical. He can be a high flyer. You can put him in a Best of the Super Juniors or a Cruiserweight Classic style tournament. TJP is great. Okay, he's just a great and versatile pro wrestler. Rocky Romero has been one of the top Rudos in the company all year. So I really wanted to focus in on Kevin Knight and watch him work an unfamiliar style, and he did great. He did great. And I think New Japan has something here. He's not a finished product. He's obviously a little rough around the edges, but this is a guy who, if they can keep him around, he's from the LA dojo. And it's so good for him to work shows like this. And obviously the baby faces go over here. And there was a spot in this match that really, the best 2 out of 3 falls that CMLL usually does, because they're traditional lucha. They didn't do it for the mask versus mask or hair versus hair, but the undercard was 2 out of 3 falls for the most part. It really lends itself. I'll give you. Here's what how I want to explain it. In one of the falls, the first fall that the Technicos won, okay. Dorada and Atlantis Jr. do dives on the outside to take out Kevin Knight and TJP. So Rocky Romero's left all by himself inside the ring. Mystico runs down the ramp and does a high cross body, and that's the fall. It wasn't super dynamic. It wasn't some crazy high spot. It never would have been a finish in America. On an American style show, that's not a finish. It's not dynamic enough. It's not a crazy enough high spot to be a finish. And that's one of the advantage of the best 2 out of 3 falls. Because you can have, the falls are so definitive sometimes, where it's like, and you have to readjust your brain for the style of wrestling you're watching, where a simple high cross body over the top rope can be an effective finish in one of the falls of a match. And then when you have a big time main event like the mask versus mask match or something, and guys are kicking out of shit that they normally don't kick out of, it's that much more impactful, because you had an entire undercard of guys losing to backbreakers and high cross bodies and submitting, very quickly to arm bars and shit like that, and flapping their hands. And that's one of the advantages you get with the best 2 out of 3 falls traditional lucha style. Now, sometimes on these undercards, not on a show like this, on an anniversary show where everybody's working hard, but sometimes on a rank and file show, you get a lot of laziness, you get a lot of lazy falls. They go through the motions the first 2 falls. The first 2 falls might be a grand total of 90 seconds, and it's like they're just getting to the third fall, and that sucks, okay? But like any other style, there's drawbacks, and then there's advantages. And the advantages are, you save all of the big kickouts, and you save all of the crazy high spots, and you save guys, kicking out of shit for your most important moments, and it gives those moments a little more oomph than on an American style pay-per-view, where from like an AEW pay-per-view, for example, where from the opener through the main event, you essentially have to kill a motherfucker to pin him. And I think when I watch CMLL, forget AAA, because that's not traditional lucha at all. But when I watch CMLL, it's almost like it's such a different style in that regard, and it's such a change of pace. And I think that's part of the reason that when it's done well and done right, I enjoy it so much, because it's not overload. It's not overload in that sense. And that was something I was thinking about when I was watching this match. But at the end of the day, the Technicos go over. And then I talked about the rest of the show, because next was the tag match with Angel De Oro and Volador Jr. winning and then going on to have the hair match, and then was the mask versus mask match. So, if you can find the show on the high seas, it's a 3.5, 4 hour show, but if you skip the band playing at the intermission and a lot of the stuff at the beginning before the action starts and skip the entrances and things, there's not a single match on this show that overstays its welcome. I mean, the main event went under 15 minutes. So everything is worth a peek. If you've been following CMLL all year, you're going to love the show. If you haven't been following CMLL and you're someone who's just like, it's a big show, I'm going to take a look at it. Joe's been talking about it. Other people have been talking about this company. I'll watch their biggest show of the year and check it out. I think you'll enjoy it. I really do. I think any wrestling fan can appreciate this show and pretty much every single match that took place on it. So I really enjoyed it. Maybe not at the level that some of you may have enjoyed it with some of the reviews I've been seeing and some of these cage match ratings. But yeah, and CMLL rolls on, man. They're having such a fun year, and I can't wait to dig into the rest of the month of September and follow them super close until this little hot period they're having cools off, and hopefully it lasts as long as possible. Look, I hope it lasts for years. I hope every hot period lasts as long as New Japan's did from 2012 to 2018 or whatever it was. That would be outstanding, because in a lot of ways, CMLL has really, I've been down on a lot of wrestling, as you guys know, and it's been the simplicity of CMLL style, which in a lot of ways has grounded me and kept me positive about pro wrestling at times this year when I didn't feel so positive about it. So I'm not trying to get super deep or anything, but it's an enjoyable promotion right now, and it was an enjoyable show. So hopefully some of you guys will check it out. At least watch the hair match and the mask match. You can at least do that, right? You're a big-time wrestling fan, and there's a big-time mask versus mask match like this on a huge show. This is one of the biggest shows of the year, man. You at least owe yourself that as a fan, right? Anyway, let's move on. Last topic, and it's the death of Brett Sawyer, sometimes known as Brett Wayne Sawyer, sometimes known as Wayne Sawyer, or Brett Wayne, rather. So at the tail end of his career. But Brett Sawyer was the brother of Buzz Sawyer, who most of you are probably familiar with. Buzz Sawyer, to me, is one of the more underrated workers of that sort of mid to late 80s era. I guess the 80s in general. Because Buzz Sawyer died in 1992 at the age of 32. Now, I know Buzz Sawyer always looked like he was 45 years old, okay? He was he was balding at a very early age, and like a lot of wrestlers in the 80s, he always looked 10 years older than he was. He was a heavy drug user. The road owned him, as they would say, so as it did a lot of guys in that era. So I think it surprises people when they see that Buzz Sawyer, when he died in 1992, that he was only 32 years old, which means, a lot of that classic Buzz Sawyer stuff that happened in the early 80s, this was a guy that was in his early 20s. Tommy Rich with the Last Battle of Atlanta and all the, and some of the stuff we'll talk about that he did with his brother Brett, like the feud with the Road Warriors. And I guess that was 1983. So, you do the math and, Buzz Sawyer was only 22, 23 years old. Same for Brett. Brett was born in 1960. So, in 1983, he would have been 23 years old. And here they are main eventing against the Road Warriors. So, Brett and Buzz Sawyer both broke in very young. Brett Sawyer was trained in Florida and broke in the 70s as a teenager, like a lot of guys in that era did. Terry Gordy, infamously began his career at the age 14, and Brett Sawyer began his career at the age 16. Trained by his brother Buzz Sawyer, and I believe Ricky Steamboat had a hand in training Brett Sawyer, and he broke in Florida in the mid to late 70s, but he didn't really begin to make an impact until the early 80s. And the reason that he was able to get pushed at a high level in a lot of the territories he worked, even at 20, 21, 22 years old, was because he started so young and was already a 5-6 year veteran by that time. So when I think about the career of Brett Sawyer, there's really 3 big time pushes that he received. First was when he went up to Portland in 1981 and 1982. And Don Owen pushed him as the Pacific Northwest champion. He won that title either 3 or 4 times, depending on how you want to define a title run, because on his first title run, they did a angle where he had a match with Buddy Rose and the title was held up, and then they did a decision match, 3 or 4 days later, and Brett Sawyer won that. So some sources call that a second title reign. Others just consider that a continuation of the same title reign. So, he either held that title 3 or 4 times. And remember, that was in 1980. He won that title for the first time in early 1982. So again, this is a 21-year-old receiving a massive push in, what was considered, not one of the larger territories, but certainly one of the more stable and well-known territories with Don Owen in the Pacific Northwest. And he put that title on him, 3 or 4 times throughout the year of 1982, where, which is where he really peaked as a top star in Portland, as someone who was barely old enough to drink. And it was in 1982 in Portland where Brett Sawyer had a series of world title matches against Ric Flair. And he had the first one in April of 82 in the sports arena in Portland, where they taped all of their TV, the old converted bowling alley that Don Owen bought years ago and invested in, turned it into his sports arena, which is why he was able to survive so long and succeed as a promoter in such a small territory, because he owned his own building and he didn't have to pay rent and all of those things. So he was a very crafty businessman. And they had that match in April of 82. Ric Flair came in and best 2 out of 3 falls, because Portland was a best 2 out of 3 falls territory. Kind of ironic that, after we talk about a big CMLL show, we're talking about another territory that love to do best 2 out of 3 falls matches. And that match is on YouTube I don't know if it's in one continuous, it's been uploaded in pieces. You might have to watch 2 or 3 different files, but that match is out there and floating around, and that's about a 4-star match. And then, they did another world title match on a house show in Seattle a couple days later. That show drew over 3,000 fans, which is a nice house for a territory of that size. I don't believe that match is on tape. I could be wrong, but I don't think it is. And then Flair came back in October 2nd, 1982, and Sawyer got his 3rd title match that year at the NWA World Title, his 3rd crack at it, while he was the Pacific Northwest champion, the old traveling NWA World Champion, where you go territory to territory, taking on that territory's top champ. And that's what this was. It was the classic traveling champion working as a heel against the local babyface champion, in this case, Brett Sawyer. And he, Brett Sawyer was undersized, a good fiery babyface, a good babyface worker. He knew how to get fans to rally behind him, and he just didn't have a great look. Even for the 80s, he had an average look. And that's really what held him back, his size and his look. And he didn't have a lot of natural charisma, but he had pro wrestling charisma, if that makes sense. But I did make this the match of the week behind the paywall. So I did do a detailed write-up on this October 2nd, 1982 Ric Flair Brett Sawyer match, which again, much like the match from April, I would probably put it around the 4-star range, and Flair wins the first fall. Brett Sawyer wins the second fall with the figure 4 leg lock, right? So he beats Flair with his own hold, and Flair taps out. And the third fall is your classic traveling NWA champion finish, where Flair, the dirtiest player in the game, he uses, nefarious means. He drapes Brett Sawyer's neck across the top rope. He catches him on like a Thez press type of move and drops him backwards and drops Sawyer's throat over the top rope and pins him. So what does that do? Flair wins. He technically wins it clean, but draping the man's neck over the top rope, especially in those days, was considered dirty. A little dirty, but nothing that the ref can necessarily do anything about it, right? It's not like he used a foreign object or held the tights or anything like that. Not that Flair was above it, but that wasn't this particular finish. So what does it do? Flair retains the title, but it tells the fans, okay, our guy can get him if Flair doesn't take that little shortcut next time. So what it does is it builds nicely to a potential rematch because it doesn't kill the local guy. Because in the eyes of the fans, the only reason he lost is because he took that shot to the throat, right? So it's like a really good finish from that standpoint. And that was it as far as Brett Sawyer's title matches in 82. Now, he did get a couple of more world title matches against Flair in 84 in Oregon on a couple of shows. But that was, at that point, Sawyer was, had gone to other territories and come back. And he wasn't the Pacific Northwest champion at that point. So, but those were, rematches based on the matches that they had a couple of years earlier. And obviously Brett Sawyer was never the NWA World Champion, so Flair won those matches as well. But he did receive at least 5 NWA World Title matches against Ric Flair in the Portland territory between 1982 and 1984, at least 5 that are on record. It's entirely possible that there's a couple of more that took place on house shows or whatnot that have been lost to time. But yeah, it's that period between 81 and 84 in Portland that I would define as one of the 3 biggest pushes of Brett Sawyer's career. The second would be 1983 in Georgia. And in 1983 in Georgia, he formed the tag team with his brother Buzz, and they had a long feud with the Road Warriors in the formative stage of the Road Warriors career. So this was early Road Warriors. This is when they were still bikers, with the leather and the fucking chokers with the spikes around their necks. And they had this feud with, Brett Wayne Sawyer, and he was, known as Brett Wayne Sawyer at different times in his career, and his brother Buzz Sawyer. And during that Road Warriors feud, Brett Wayne Sawyer also won the NWA national title, which was the top title in the Georgia territory. So again, this is a 22, 23-year-old kid who had already won the Pacific Northwest title a number of times the year before. And here he is in Georgia, which is no joke of a territory, right? And he's not only the national champion, but he and his brother are feuding with the hottest act in the country against the Road Warriors. So you can see the level of star that Brett Sawyer was in the early 80s. Champion at such a young age in 2 of the most prominent territories in the country, programmed in a big-time money-drawing important feud against, the hottest act in the country at that time with the Road Warriors. So, unfortunately, that's when Brett Sawyer's career really peaked. 82, 83. In 1984, Buzz Sawyer goes to the WWF, right? Because he was the more marketable of the 2. He had the better look. He was the better wrestler. But Buzz Sawyer was an absolute maniac. He was a cokehead. He had a short temper. He was one of the most hated men in wrestling. If you made an enemy out of him, you had an enemy for life. He was just a notorious ribber. And not a friendly kind of ribber, just a nasty guy. I mean, the stories about Buzz Sawyer. I mean, The Undertaker tells a story of how he paid Buzz Sawyer to train him. And basically when you paid Buzz Sawyer to train you, he would basically just stretch you in his front yard. And, he paid Buzz Sawyer all this money, goes to his house for a training session, and it turns out that Buzz Sawyer had left the territory, and, the house is empty, the furniture's gone, and he took everybody's money and just skipped town. So that's a story that The Undertaker tells, on all the he told it on the Rogan podcast, last year. And now that Undertaker's been more open about speaking, breaking kayfabe and breaking character in interviews, that's a story that he likes to tell. There's another great story with Buzz Sawyer and his training scams. If you look on Wikipedia or other sources, at Ken Shamrock, it'll say that he was trained by Brett and Buzz Sawyer, right? But he really wasn't. If you hear Ken Shamrock tell that story, he already knew how to wrestle, and he was trained by the name's escaping me, but Ken Shamrock came up in the Carolinas. I'll think of it in a second, or I'll look it up. But the point is, he wasn't trained by Brett and Buzz Sawyer. He already had some wrestling experience, and he was a young man. And what Buzz Sawyer, Nelson Royal is really who predominantly trained Ken Shamrock for wrestling. But you'll see on various sources they'll cite Buzz Sawyer, and some places as well Brett Sawyer, but Buzz Sawyer. So anyway, the point of the story is Buzz Sawyer didn't train Ken Shamrock at all, but what he did use Ken Shamrock for was to stretch other trainees. And what he would do is, Ken Shamrock is this young guy, and he didn't have a ton of money, and people would come to Buzz Sawyer to train, and Buzz would tell Ken, all right, I don't want that guy to get through his tryout. I want you to stretch him, and him. I don't want those guys to get through the tryouts. But those three guys, those guys I want to get through the tryout. Those guys I want to train. But what was weird to Ken was that in a lot of instances, Buzz didn't want to train the better athletes. Like, you'd have these college football players, or these guys with a wrestling background, or these guys that look like they would have potential. And sometimes Buzz would say, stretch those guys and scare them off. I don't want to train them. And in some cases, there would be like these older guys that were in their 30s, and they weren't necessarily good athletes, and they didn't look like they had any potential at all. And Buzz would tell Ken, those guys are good. Make sure that they pass through. I want to train those guys. Well, eventually Ken Shamrock figured out what the hustle was. What Buzz was doing is, if you were a young kid, 18, 19 years old, and you didn't have any money, he didn't want to train you because he couldn't get any money out of you. But if you were a 30-year-old guy who had a career, the one example when Ken Shamrock tells the story is that there was one guy who was in his mid-30s who owned a plumbing company, and he wasn't any kind of an athlete. But Buzz knew that he could shake that guy from out of money because he had money, because the guy had money. So Buzz would run this scam, and he would say, yeah, you're fit to be a pro. I'm going to train you. You give me $1,500 now, and then you give me $500 a month, and I'm going to train you for pro wrestling. And he would just milk people who had the money out of their money, and he didn't bother with the young kids who may have had potential because they couldn't pay him, and he couldn't rip them off. And he really wouldn't train them anyway. They'd come in for these sessions once a week and maybe take a couple of bumps and get stretched by Ken Shamrock, and that was that. I mean, so Buzz Sawyer was a notorious piece of shit who scammed people constantly with his training, and it would skip town with their money and run those kind of hustles. And what he was doing is because he knew Ken was a legitimate shooter, and he knew Ken was a young guy who needed a couple bucks, he would pay off Ken to perpetrate this hustle with him. He'd say, all right, if you stretch these guys, I'll break you off a couple $100 from the training rate for these other guys. It was just the whole thing. And Ken Shamrock tells the story today that he's like, no, absolutely not. The Sawyers didn't teach me anything. And Buzz Sawyer basically just used me to scare off the guys who he, wasn't able to rip off because they didn't have any money. So, Buzz Sawyer, notorious scam artist. He goes to the WWF in 1984. His run lasts about a month. I think he has one match on tape. He was managed by Lou Albano, and he was Bulldog Buzz Sawyer as opposed to Mad Dog Buzz Sawyer, which was his gimmick everywhere else. Well, McMahon had recently had Mad Dog Vachon in the territory, and he didn't want to have two Mad Dogs. So Mad Dog Buzz Sawyer became Bulldog Buzz Sawyer, and in typical WWF fashion, he was a literal bulldog. He wore a collar. He would come to the ring on all fours, led by Lou Albano, and it was destined not to work, but it never got that far because depending on what version of the story you want to believe, Buzz Sawyer physically attacked Vince McMahon in the locker room one day, and that was it for him. And not only did it sink his chances of ever working for the WWF again, it more than likely sunk Brett Sawyer's chances of working for the WWF as well. Now, do I think Brett Sawyer ever would have had a viable WWF career? Probably not. He didn't have the look that Vince McMahon coveted. He didn't have the size Vince McMahon coveted. He was a really good worker, but he was probably only 5'7", 5'8", and he didn't have much of a physique. And it was certainly not the era of the WWF where you could get away with being a really good worker who happened to be short and not having a great body. That was just not something Vince McMahon was looking for. So while I'm sure Buzz Sawyer beating the shit out of Vince didn't help, I don't think Brett Sawyer ever really... Now, he may have gotten a cup of coffee or he may have gotten some opportunities, but the Buzz Sawyer attack on Vince McMahon certainly ended all of those opportunities that Brett may have gotten at some point down the line, and it just never happened for him. I don't think in his career he ended up working a single match in the WWF. So from that point, with Buzz killing both of their opportunities in New York, Brett was bouncing around the various territories. He went back to Portland in '84. He spent some time, really if there was a territory operating in those days, he was there. He went and worked the Blanchard territory around that time, where he formed a tag team with Chicky Star. So he spent some time in San Antonio. He spent a little bit of time in Memphis. I mean, who didn't? He bounced back and forth between Georgia, and he did work some Mid-Atlantic during the early days of Dusty, when Dusty took over. And in '85, Brett and Buzz Sawyer had a really good run in Mid-Atlantic, feuding with the Midnight Express, which ended with a loser leaves town match, where the Midnights went over and Brett and Buzz had to leave the territory. So Dusty never brought him back. He never brought Brett Sawyer back. And I don't think Brett Sawyer ever would have gotten a big push during the heyday of the Dusty booked Crockett era, 86, 87, because it would have been harder for him to stand out, because there were a lot of good workers in that territory at that time. That was the best working territory of the era. And he didn't have the charisma to stand out. Brett Sawyer didn't have the charisma to stand out above somebody like a Tully Blanchard or an Arn Anderson or Ric Flair or, all these great workers that they had in that territory at that time. And he wasn't a particularly good promo. And that was a very promo heavy territory. So while on one hand, I'm a little surprised that Dusty never brought him back, on the other hand, I'm not, because maybe Dusty understood that, okay, this kid's a good worker, but he's going to be stuck, underneath maybe with the junior title guys in the prelim or something, because he didn't really have a spot for him, even though he was such a great worker. He wouldn't have stood out like he would in a place like Portland, where Don Owen would only be booking maybe 8 to 10 guys at a time. It was a small territory with a limited crew. And when you look at who was in Portland in 81, 82, when Brett Sawyer was on top, it's like an aging Stan Stasiak, was one of the top guys. And then all of the usuals, like your Rip Olivers and people like that. And it was a little easier for an undersized guy who was a great worker to stand out when really the only other great workers in the territory were Buddy Rose, who, was a mainstay there, who was, a great worker. But, you look at the roster during the time when Brett Sawyer was champion there, and you had people like the Magic Dragon, who worked a lot in World Class during that time, who wasn't exactly a super worker. Young Brutus Beefcake as Dizzy Hogan. As I said, an aging Stan Stasiak who had to be in his 40s, mid to late 40s by then. CV Afi, who was High Chief Afi in the WWF a few years later, and was not a great worker at all. So it was almost a perfect situation for Brett Sawyer in a place like Portland, because his work could really stand out in a place like that, where there were a lot of older guys and a lot of guys who weren't known for great work. Whereas, if he would have gotten a crack in Crockett during that heyday beyond 85, I really think he would have had a hard time standing out. And during that era too, in the mid to late 80s, he was in and out of Mid-South for Watts. And again, Watts loved bigger guys. And the other thing that worked against Brett Sawyer, aside from Watts liking the big football players and larger super heavyweights, was on one of Brett Sawyer's runs, Buzz was getting $3,000 a week, and Brett was getting $1,500 a week. And he confronted Watts and was like, hey, why am I getting half the pay of my brother? And Watts told him, well, because your brother is more established and he's more of a veteran and he's a bigger star. And Brett Sawyer said, well, then I'm out of here. I'm giving my notice. I want equal pay to my brother, or I'm gone. And Watts wanted him to stick around for 2 weeks and do jobs, and Brett told him to fuck off, and he just walked out. So Bill Watts never forgot that. And whenever Brett Sawyer would come back to Mid-South, he'd never get pushed. He used him as a prelim guy. Number one, he was 5'7", 5'8". Number two, Watts didn't trust him because he had walked out on him. And, maybe Brett was right. Maybe Brett deserved a $3,000 a week like his brother did, since they were being pushed at the same level. But you can't walk out on a promoter in those days and not do business the right way and do your jobs on the way out. So from then on, he was basically a prelim guy, and he kept coming back. I mean, Brett Sawyer was there in 86 after they changed, after Watts tried to go national and changed it to the UWF. But, if you look at those results from that time, he was a prelim guy. He lost on the undercards, and he'd win a match here or there and everything, but Watts never trusted him after that. So there was no path with the WWF. Dusty didn't seem interested in bringing him back. Bill Watts didn't trust him. And, Portland had gone downhill by then and was going downhill fast, and, would close up in 1990 or 1991. And, a lot of these other territories were starting to die. And Brett Sawyer, whose career started off so promising, and listen, he had his own demons too, okay? Buzz was a problem, and Brett was no angel himself. And he had a temper, and he had his own issues with drugs and all of those things. So in a lot of ways, he was his own worst enemy as well. Okay, let's not, pretend that wasn't the case either. But at the same time, the wrestling business changed very quickly, and he ran out of places where he can go and receive a push. And, that's really how it worked out for him. And his last real push probably came in 1985 when he went to Central States, which was notoriously, again, it follows the pattern of his career. Central States with Bulldog Bob Brown and Rufus R. Jones and all of these older guys who were horrendous workers, right? Central States was probably the worst working territory at the time. Notorious for the awful matches and the bad people on top. So, Brett Sawyer goes there in 85 and he forms the tag team with Marty Jannetty, and holy shit, they're easily the two best guys in the territory. I mean, as far as work goes, and they get the push as the tag team, and then they get pushed on top and they get put into a title feud. And Brett Sawyer and Marty Jannetty end up trading the Central States title in 1985 after, working as a tag team. So, but it was really easy. Again, it was easier for a small, undersized, excellent worker like a Brett Sawyer or a Marty Jannetty in this case to get pushed in a place like Central States, as opposed to Crockett or Mid-South where they were loaded with great workers, right? So that was kind of the pattern of Brett Sawyer's career. When he worked these smaller territories and had an opportunity where his work was able to stand out above the rest of the people in the territory, he did really well and he got pushed, and deservedly so. And but that's it. That 85 Central States push where he traded the Central States title with a young Marty Jannetty was pretty much it for him in terms of being pushed anywhere, at a serious level. And from there, he did some New Japan tours with Buzz Sawyer, and he worked a lot in Puerto Rico. After the Brody murder. And in the aftermath of the Brody murder, a lot of the mainland Americans didn't like going back to the island, and they had trouble getting mainland Americans to come into the territory. But Brett Sawyer was one of the guys who would go. And I think a lot of that was for all the reasons we talked about. He didn't have a lot of places left to work in the mainland United States. So he was taking more Japan tours. He was taking more bookings in Puerto Rico when a lot of the mainland Americans weren't willing to go anymore. So, there were some spots open. And, once Japan and Puerto Rico dried up, it's funny because Dusty wouldn't use him in Crockett, but Dusty brought him into the new Florida revival in the late 80s there when Dusty tried to start up the PWF, the new Florida Championship Wrestling, where Dusty briefly tried to, after Dusty got fired from Crockett as the booker with the whole blood on TV and everything, he tried to revive Florida Championship Wrestling, and like Watts was trying to do a few years earlier with the UWF, and like they tried to do in Southeastern when they rebranded it Continental to try to go national. Dusty did the same thing in Florida with the PWF, the Professional Wrestling Federation, and he built the promotion around himself. And he gave Fred Ottman, who would go on to be Tugboat at the time, he was Big Steel Man. He gave him his first big push, and of course that was his brother-in-law. I think that's Cody Rhodes' uncle, Fred Ottman, or godfather. There's some kind of relationship there that I'm recording this at 3:30 in the morning and I'm not thinking straight, but I know that Ottman is related to the Rhodes family in some capacity. And that was his first big push. A young Dustin Rhodes was getting his feet wet in that promotion. And Dusty did bring Brett Sawyer into the PWF. And, he mostly worked underneath. I know he formed a tag team with Jimmy Backlund, who would go on to become Jimmy Del Rey of the Heavenly Bodies. And, they may have had a tag team title run or two. And as I check his title history, yes, Brett Sawyer and Jim Backlund did win the PWF tag team titles in 1989. But again, even though Brett Sawyer was still in his 20s, I mean, he's 27, 28, 29 years old at this time. He was somehow past his peak already. And, they gave him the bubblegum kid gimmick, which obviously is going to typecast you into being a prelim wrestler. And, while it was steady work for him, it was not a place where he was going to get a big push, even after Dusty left, because Dusty left his own promotion when Vince brought him in. So Dusty gets the gig with the WWF. Steve Kern keeps the promotion going in Florida. And, it was all kind of downhill from there. I mean, the early days of that promotion were built around Dusty Rhodes reviving his feud with Terry Funk and trying to build Big Steel Man into a star. That's, really what they were trying. And then when Dusty left, and it was clear that they weren't going to be able to go national anyway. And, they had the Nasty Boys down there, and they had, so a young Mike Awesome was a prelim wrestler for the PWF. And, some of that stuff's on Twitter, and it's interesting to go back and watch some of it. And it is a fun promotion at times, but, it was never going to take off nationally. And Steve Kern tried to keep it going, but eventually, that ran out of steam. I don't even think they made it to 1990. But, and that was really it. The territories at that point were dead, and we were into the 90s, and Brett Sawyer's major league career was effectively over, and he did do some jobs. He was a job guy in the early 90s in WCW working as Brett Wayne. And I think that they had him working as Brett Wayne because Buzz Sawyer was in and out of WCW at that time, working on top with Ric Flair, part of JTEX Corporation, with Great Muta, feuding with Ric Flair and, the whole Terry Funk Ric Flair feud. Buzz Sawyer was an integral part of that. And I think it was one of those deals where they didn't want it known, even though a lot of fans would have recognized Brett Sawyer. They changed his name to Brett Wayne. And I don't think they wanted Buzz Sawyer to be associated with this prelim wrestler who was doing TV jobs. So I think that was the rationale behind Brett Sawyer. They gave him work, but they didn't push him, and he was just a TV jobber. And I mean a straight up jobber. I mean, they didn't recognize him as Brett Sawyer. They didn't talk about him being a former, NWA national champion or any of this. He was just Brett Wayne, TV jobber, while his brother Buzz Sawyer was working on top with Ric Flair and the Great Muta. So, and that was really it for him. According to Cage Match, he had some random ass wing tour in 1993 after his brother passed away. I'd love to see some footage of that, of Brett Sawyer working wing with the likes of Mr. Pogo and the Headhunters and Jason the Terrible and, Miguel Perez Jr. and Mitsuharu Matsunaga and that whole crew. That was it. He worked some sporadic indies and until he stopped wrestling. I mean, really, once Buzz Sawyer died, that kind of ended the career of Brett Sawyer too, which honestly, it was winding down at that point anyway, as he was, at least at a major league level, nothing more than a job guy. It's really remarkable how someone who was such a pushed commodity in so many different territories when he was 20 years old, the career just fizzled. Because all the key places to work to make real money, he just was a poor fit. And again, some of his own demons and his own lifestyle and the reputation of his brother and his reputation, that had a lot to do with it too. There's no mistake about it. But it was a really, really strange career arc that he had. Because he really was a huge star until about 1983. And then in 1984, it was all over. In 85, he gets the push in Central States, but that wasn't a big-time territory. So by 84, 85, it was all over. Brett Sawyer passes away at the age of 63 on September 8th. And that's it. This was a big-time show. I want to thank Jesse Collings, Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast, an outstanding podcast on the network that everybody should listen to, the Thinking Man's Wrestling Podcast. Jesse thinks of himself as the aristocrat of pro wrestling podcasting. You could also catch him on WrestleNomics with our old friend Brandon Thurston, and of course the NFL Intelligentsia, which should be returning shortly. And of course, I want to thank the producer, Andrew Rich, who helps put these shows all together. And we will see you next week on the Flagship Podcast.
Hey everybody, my name is Jesse Collings, and I want to tell you all about my show, the Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast, here on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network. On the Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast, we do a thorough analysis on the biggest issues and trends within the pro wrestling industry. We talk a lot about pro wrestling media, we talk a lot about fan culture and wrestling's place within general pop culture, and we talk about the broader influences that are shaping the way we discuss and analyze the pro wrestling industry. We've had some of the brightest minds in the pro wrestling intelligentsia on the show, including WrestleNomics host Brandon Thurston, both Rich Craich and Joe Lanza from the Flagship Wrestling Podcast, Trevor Dame from the Through the Years podcast, and a whole lot more. This isn't a show for hot takes. It's not a show recapping the latest episode of television. This is a show focusing on the biggest topics in pro wrestling and doing a deep dive on the real stories behind the surface level analysis you might find elsewhere. The Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast is available wherever you get your podcasts, and we'd really appreciate it if you gave us a try. Thanks.
Hola, hola, my name is Ricardo. I am the host of the Lucha Jovers podcast here in the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network. We are a Spanish-speaking show dedicated to discussing and analyzing pro wrestling from all across the world. From AEW to CMLL, we talk about American wrestling, Japanese wrestling, and of course, Lucha Libre. If something big happened in the pro wrestling world, we will talk about it. So if you know Spanish or have a friend that knows Spanish or want to practice your Lucha Libre pronunciations, go listen to the Lucha Jovers podcast right here in the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network. Nos vemos por ahí.